is 8:50. Good morning, everyone. Hi. Hello, friends. It's great to see everybody out there. I know we've got a busy day ahead of us, and we've got a lot of folks to get through and a lot of exciting presentations. So go ahead and find your seat and feel free to get coffee if you need to. I just want to welcome all of you to the 12th Annual Appalachian Ohio State of the Region. Our conference this year is addressing solutions our rural communities are identifying and implementing for the betterment of the Appalachian region. I'm Misty Crosby. I'm Senior Executive in Residence for Local Government Services at the Voinovich School, and I have the pleasure of being the MC for the entire conference. So you're going to see me up here smiling and waving. Yeah, I'll probably get heckled, but that's okay. We really appreciate you all joining us in person and also virtually today. We have 297 people registered for in-person attendance and 116 joining us online. So that is exciting. People are very interested in collaborating and working on projects and partnering and moving the region forward, and we're happy to see that. So to prepare for the day ahead, I just have a few housekeeping notes. So first off, the restrooms are outside the hall across from the atrium. If you've driven a personal vehicle, ensure that it's parked in the parking lot we reserved for attendees next to Peden Stadium, lot number 132, to avoid ticketing, because that happens. There are parking maps available at registration if you need that. This year's program is available online. There are large table tents in the middle of your table. There's a QR code on those, so those are the big tall ones. If you want to see that, the program and all that, you can do that. You can also type in sotr.ohio.edu to visit the website to find the schedule and the speaker's biography, so you can get that virtually as well. To ask our speakers questions for the Q&A segments throughout the day, you'll be submitting your questions online. Even if you're in the room, you will be submitting your questions online. You scan the QR code on the smaller table tent. I brought that up here so you could see the difference. This one is where you submit questions for speakers. You can do that, or you can type in the URL that's there, menti.com/ALKUINEPDZOB. I don't know where that came from, but that's that's it. So hopefully those online can just type in their question as well. And you click the plus sign in the bottom toolbar and type in your question. And we encourage you to ask the questions when they come to you, because those questions will be fed directly to the moderators of the panels, and they'll be able to see those as they come in. You can also like someone else's questions to upvote them. So you can add your comment to their question if they didn't get to the point you wanted to get to. You can just add on to that. So I encourage you to be interactive today, either in person or online. So for those of you who will be sharing updates on social media today, we encourage you to do that. Please use the hashtag SOTR for State of the Region and tag the Voinovich School account in your posts throughout the day. During our breaks, please take a moment to visit the organizations tabling out in the hallway. They have some information to share. And also our team is committed to reducing the environmental impact of this conference and ask that you use our recycling and compost receptacles that are provided. Most importantly, please respect our speakers and put your cell phones on silent. Everybody check right now. I always have to do that when I'm out there. And a final note, this conference is being recorded and the sessions will be available to review later this summer. So with that, before we begin with the sessions, I'd like to take a moment to give a special thanks to the elected officials here today and the local development districts and our conference partners for their service. So if you're in the room, would John Hemmings from OVRDC, or Stephanie, Chastity Schmelzenbaugh of Buckeye Hills, Vicki Maple of Omega, Kathy Zook of Eastgate, Katie Farber of Ohio Southeast, Glenda Baumgartner from Appalachian Partnership, Inc., Dean Plauk from the Voinovich School, and all state, federal, and local officials, please rise for our appreciation. It's a lot of people. Thank you all so much for your leadership and efforts that are actively improving the lives, enabling strong communities in rural Appalachian Ohio. I also want to provide special recognition to our event sponsors today. So would those representing Jobs Ohio and Ohio Southeast please rise? I know there's some people in the room. Thank you. Thank you so much. We value your support and your partnership. And will those representing the Ohio Air Quality Development Authority please rise? Thank you. Thank you, guys. So, I now have the absolute privilege of welcoming Ohio University's Voinovich School's Dean, Tracy Plauk. She's going to provide the welcoming remarks. So, Tracy, the podium's yours.
Good morning, everyone. So a lot of folks here, a lot of folks online. We're very excited that you were able to join us today. Misty took a moment to recognize our partners in planning, the local development districts, and the Voinovich School staff and faculty who worked on this, invested many hours to make sure that you have a value-added experience today. So I just want to say thank you once again for all of the work over many months to plan this event. It will hopefully add a lot of value to your the work that you're doing locally. There are so many partnerships represented in the room and online. I just want to take a very brief moment to recognize some of the variety. We have members of our Mayor's Partnership for Progress here in the room. We have some economic development clients, some entrepreneurs, small business leaders, STEM educators and facilitators. We have individuals who've participated in and have led our leadership trainings. We've got our state collaborators, our federal partners, faculty and staff. I would also like to take a moment to recognize founding Dean Mark Weinberg, who's joining us today. Good to see you today, Mark. So, as you've seen through a review of the agenda, we have some salient topics that are going to be featured that will help you to navigate today's challenges and opportunities. And so please take every opportunity to soak up information from the sessions, but also to network with colleagues here in the room and submit questions, like Misty said, with the QR code, and we want to make this as interactive as possible today. So at this point, I'm going to turn over the stage to John Kerry, who leads our Governor's Office of Appalachia, and welcome him for some opening remarks.
Good morning. It's a great day to be at Ohio University and back in Athens and to see everyone. And thank you all for being here and for caring about your communities and doing what you can to improve the state of the region. Before I start, I wanted to extend a welcome on behalf of Governor DeWine and Director Mahalik. As you know, they're very focused on the Appalachian region, and they wanted me to extend their welcome. I wanted to acknowledge the Voinovich School for their partnership over the many years under founding Dean Mark Weinberg and now under Dean Plauk. There's so many resources available there for example, the Mayor's Partnership, and we're so grateful to be a partner with the Voinovich School and all the leadership and resources it brings to the region. And so I just want to thank them. So let's give the Voinovich School a hand. Well, it's been quite a year in Appalachia. I've been a cause of a lot of anxiety, headaches, and a lot of hard work. I apologize for that. I want to congratulate all of you that put together projects. We're very proud of the projects that were funded. It's an exciting time for the region. But I also acknowledge those that were not funded that had good projects. We had over $2 billion worth of requests, and we only had about 1/5 of that. So we'll be working with our local development districts and with the Voinovich School to follow up on those projects and see what we can have, see how we can help. Because it is important, although the Appalachian Community Grant Program was was the elephant in the room and still is. We have a lot of other programs that we can work with, and we can work with our partner state agencies. For example, EPA and Ohio Air Quality is here today is one of our partners. And so we look forward to that. With the planning that was provided, many of you now have a blueprint on how to move forward. So last year, I believe I said that Appalachia was moving from defense to offense. We're still on offense this year, and we look forward to working with you to continue to move our region forward. Before I leave, I wanted to introduce my team that's here, Madison Knight. I don't know where Madison is, if she'd please stand up. And Austin Ward. Maybe they're outside. There's Austin in the back. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jason Jolly, and I serve as a professor of rural economic development at the Voinovich School. I also have the honor of directing the U.S. Economic Development Administration University Center, and that's quite a mouthful, but we are in our 28th year as an EDA University Center in partnership with our colleagues at Bowling Green State University. Between Bowling Green State University and OU, we serve 65 of the state's 88 counties. The State of the Region event, which was started in 2012, is our signature event for the EDA University Center, and we're pleased to have you all here. We do a lot of applied work for communities, governments, and others across the Appalachian footprint here in Ohio, as well as serving some other counties across the state in partnership with Bowling Green. So it's a real pleasure to have everyone here today. So I have the honor of introducing Lee Sherry from EDA. Lee is our new economic development representative for the state of Ohio, but he is not new. Lee worked with us many years ago, and so we're pleased to have him back. So Lee, welcome.
Good morning. I've had the opportunity to look through some of the pictures this morning, and if you take a look at the 2013 picture, my mug shot's up there. I chuckled at that because I told this story yesterday when I met with some of my peers and colleagues. That trip was my last trip to the State of the Region Conference, and coming down 33, I got a lovely speeding ticket. Coming out of Nelsonville, those of you that drive that, goes from 70 to 55. So I'm happy to say I did not get one this time. So I was monitoring my speed heading into Athens. So, but I was okay with paying that speeding ticket, right? It helps contribute to the local library systems and stuff, so it was a good donation. On behalf of Susan Brem, the Chicago Regional Director for EDA, welcome to the State of the Region Conference. For those of you that don't know about EDA, EDA is a small federal agency that is specifically dedicated to economic development. Our whole mission is to help underserved, distressed communities create jobs, build private investment to support good quality living. We have significant partners in the Appalachia region. They've been listed already, but I'll call them out again. Omega, OVRDC, Buckeye Hills, Eastgate, NEFCO. These are all direct partners with EDA, and together we partner with entities like Ohio University to support economic resiliency and economic opportunity. EDA is a federal grant agency, and we take a strong hands-on approach to developing projects that are going to create transformational jobs. I work directly for the entire state of Ohio, so if I haven't had a chance to meet you, I look forward to the opportunity so we can talk about ways to create wealth. We have $30 million in grant funds that we have to allocate by the end of our fiscal year, which is September 30th. So those of you that are looking to do any sort of economic development project, please, I encourage you to reach out to me or to your regional partner so that we can make something good happen. Congratulations again to Ohio University on your 12th year of your State of the Region Conference. EDA has been a long-term investor in OU and in the region, and we will continue to be an advocate for the Appalachia region. Lastly, I want to turn this over to one of our critical partners on the ground and one of your critical partners on the ground as well, the Appalachian Regional Commission. So the unique relationship between ARC and EDA is we're allowed to mix federal dollars. That does not traditionally happen. So I'm happy to invite Jen Simon up from ARC to welcome you all to the conference. Again, thanks for the opportunity.
Good morning. I don't know if it's because we're just Appalachians and, we come together and we just have this automatic response to good morning, good afternoon, et cetera. But I always love it. Because you go to other places and you don't get that a lot. It's just moving to the next thing. So I really appreciate it. As I look at a lot of you across the crowd, I see a lot of family. And by family, I mean those that I have worked with since, let's see, Mark, I started at Ilgard, I think in 95. And so when I was a kid in grad school. And so I've got to know a lot of you throughout that entire journey as things have changed for me in the different capacities that I have. So I always feel like I'm at home. The Appalachian Regional Commission is based in Washington, D.C., so that we can serve all 13 states. And of those states, and the people within those states, we have 26.5 million that live in the region. And that is actually a growth that has happened throughout the years. And we are so proud that we at ARC look at the entire region as one place. So if you think of cities that are the size of 26.5 million, there aren't many. And so we feel like collectively, collaboratively, we work together, we have stronger projects, we have greater opportunities, we speak to Congress with one voice, we have then an opportunity for some of the best bipartisan support any agency could ever want to have. So I appreciate that. So I'm here on behalf of Federal Co-Chair Gail Manchin, who is an absolute pleasure to work with. She's originally from West Virginia, but works in representing President Biden. The other part of the commission are the 13 governors, and then the alternates of those. So John Kerry, obviously, just an incredible friend throughout the years, somebody I've become close to and appreciate greatly, is one of those alternates and a fantastic partner. And so when we at ARC, we look at that 13-state footprint, and with the guidance of the governors, with our federal co-chair, we have changed a little bit about how we perceive that footprint and that responsibility to the 26.5 million people that live in Appalachia. And that is to develop multi-state projects. I know they're not easy to do. I know that some of you have been engaged and involved in those, and those are larger chunks of money that have developed and have come from ARC, with implementation projects up to 10 million and planning projects up to 500,000. What we have talked about, we talked about this yesterday at a roundtable, is what the new federal funding has meant for communities, not just ARC dollars. Even though our dollars have been doubled and then plus some, and we've got maybe 3 more years of that. We've been able to see more collaborations, to see additional things. But with EDA's jump in funding during the stimulus packages, we've been able to see more partners, more folks coming together in order to collaboratively solve issues. I've been a practitioner on the ground. I know what it's like when there are no dollars and people are kind of looking over at their shoulder at folks and less collaborative. And I think that we've been able to get rid of a lot of that by getting out of our sort of scarcity mindset into something where we are looking at opportunity together and how we can make the region even stronger. So ARC, for those of you that do not know, we're the EDA, sorry, Lee, but no, we are the economic development kind of organization that was set up in 1965 to care for the people of Appalachia and the region in order to make the region part of the rest of the country and make sure that the resources were there in order for us to be able to thrive together. So we focus on 5 different goal areas, and they really are broad, but they are really meant to catch the different priorities of the governors, be able to catch the priorities of what is actually happening on the ground. The view at a national and federal level is very different than when I was on the ground doing work. So we know that those, using the local development districts and others as an opportunity to grow these projects that are locally based, locally driven, we appreciate seeing that. So our focus is on building businesses, building a strong workforce, and all the things around that workforce and what it takes to be a strong workforce. Critical infrastructure, so water, wastewater, broadband, roads, all the things that sometimes those in more urban areas take for granted. Being able to drink clean water is sort of a human right in my estimation. That's Jen Simon talking. The culture and tourism of the region, and being able to maintain that and also add to that and build economic strategies around those 2 pieces. Tourism has grown in the region. It continues to grow, and by region I mean the 13 states, but it's also growing here in Appalachian Ohio, and a lot of you have led and been part of those efforts, so we appreciate that work. And then our last thing is leadership and capacity building. So beyond our funding pieces, we do obviously look for local programs in those 2 kind of buckets, but we also at ARC run a program that's called, 2 programs actually, Ready Appalachia, that is meant to set up and grow different capacities with 4 particular groups of people. One, our local development districts, and we were able to provide some funding in order to help kind of bolster some of the capacity building work that was all of a sudden even a larger responsibility for the districts. The second, is our nonprofits, and we actually started a program for the nonprofits and helped build out then this larger Ready Appalachia at the beginning of the pandemic, where we were building the actual capacity of the greatest thing that each one of those nonprofits faced. We work with community foundations, and we have a program that is being launched probably in the fall, where we will be seeking community foundations that are small to be part of our efforts. And then we are working with local governments, and some of you I know have been awarded dollars, you will be awarded dollars if you go through the program. You've been afforded the opportunity to be part of a larger capacity building effort that is around the issues that you face. Not what we think the issues are, but the issues that you absolutely face. And those programs come with dollars if you complete the learning portion of that and the actual hands-on pieces that come through. And we encourage you to take a look at it. We had all of our local governments were just announced in April that will be moving forward. And then finally, we have the Appalachian Leadership Institute that is currently open. So I know I saw Tasha. Who else? Did I see somebody else that participated in yes, sorry about that. The Appalachian Leadership Institute I should have you come up and say hallelujah. It's a great opportunity for any leaders, emerging leaders, existing leaders, those that have been around who really want to move up to the next level and learn from others and see the work that is happening. In the 13 states. That's one of the best parts of my job, is being able to see who is working on what and being able to connect Alabama to Pennsylvania on projects. It is amazing, and I think our Leadership Institute plays a big role in that. We have people walking through the door at this point through the Institute, through our other programs, the Ready Appalachia program, who we have never worked with before. John, you were talking about $2 billion in requests. People that have never, ever worked with maybe our local development districts or the Governor's Office of Appalachia are now like, hey, how you doing? It's a new day. So we love those programs and love being able to have that as kind of a feeder, I think, for our dollars and for definitely for just the capacity in general. ARC is one funder. We are one funder. Let me say that again. There are so many resources that are out there that you can leverage, and we want people to do that. So part of what we do in these learning activities is to be able to help you identify that. And you all know we fund those of you that are working regionally, locally, in order to be able to identify those resources and help others identify those resources. So the last thing I'll leave you with is just, of course, we're based in DC, but we trust what is happening on the ground. We trust all of you to be able to work with one another and develop the best projects, not just for our dollars, but for the dollars that are currently out there, and that we all will have to continue to look for other funding, whether it's the private sector, philanthropy, whatever that might be. So thank you. Misty's up.
Thank you, Jen, and a great friend and a friend of mine. We might have known each other the longest in this room. We went to 4-H camp together in 4th grade. True story. Anyway, it's now my pleasure. We are on time. I just want to point that out. It's my pleasure to kick off our first session focused on revitalizing rural downtowns. It is hosted by Buckeye Hills' development specialist, Brad Peoples. Yeah, right. Please welcome Brad and his panelists. So we have the Honorable Don Mason, the mayor of the city of Zanesville, Eddie Colbert, director of public and safety services for the city of Warren, Jeff Manoski, a councilman for the village of Caldwell and the director of the Noble County Convention and Visitors Bureau, and Brett Adams, a principal with Black Diamond Development, LLC. Thank you, guys.
All right, welcome everybody to the State of the Region. Very glad to see so much interest. Thank you for your time today. Again, I'm the moderator of our Downtown Revitalization panel. My name is Brad Peoples. I'm with Buckeye Hills. I've been in small government for several years now with different perspectives on that, so I can sort of empathize with the struggle that there is in small governments trying to generate progress. It seems like if you have the staff, you don't have the money. If you have the money, you don't have the staff. So the value of good ideas is really priority one, I think, for our panel. And we're going to share some very simple things that these guys have done in their respective regions. We have a really diverse group today. We have a city councilman, we have a safety services director, we have a private developer, and we have the mayor of, when you're from where I'm from, a very big city, which is Zanesville. And so without further ado, I'm going to introduce my first panelist. And you'll notice that there's always this very naturally occurring, very organic yet raucous applause when I mention the city where he's from. So ladies and gentlemen, this is Jeff Manoski, a city councilman of Caldwell. Happens everywhere we go. I can't explain it. Jeff has really been the seed, I think, in some recent developments in Caldwell, and he's got a really natural appreciation for history, and he's very, very driven by the well-being and economic prosperity of where he's from. So Jeff, if you would, take a few minutes and sort of walk me through how you guys in Caldwell have combined two very unlike things in history and downtown revitalization, because you've got a heck of a theme going, and it's been really effective.
What it is I'm on the village council, but I'm also the president of the Historical Society, and recently the tourism director for Noble County. So what we did is we moved the tourism office into the Historic Jail Museum so people can get their tourism information there. Being on the council, we're always looking for ideas to help the village to improve it. So in 2018, what happened is the High History Connection contacted me about historical tax credits. We went to a seminar to learn about historical tax credits. We got the idea of developing our whole downtown as a historic district. So we applied to have it added to the National Registry. And what we was looking for was to give the stakeholders, the building owners, the opportunity to have a tool to work with the tax credits. And so we was successful in 2020 of the whole downtown district in Caldwell is a historic district. But what happened, we did a lot of promotion, the local newspapers, the radios, we did photographs, events, and all of a sudden people started fixing their buildings. And even without the benefit of the tax credits, we didn't even realize what was happening, even though it was happening right in front of us, because until last year, a fella called me and said, hey, I need a picture of my building. I had 60-some pictures of all the buildings in town. And I said, yeah, I got it. And I'm looking at the pictures. I couldn't believe how the town had changed from 2018 to 2023.
And you had mentioned that when you guys started that process of registering, you only had what? One building? None?
Yeah, we had two buildings. We had the Founders Home and the Historical Jail Museum was on the National Registry.
And how many do you have now?
I think 63. So, yeah. We are actually a working model of 150 years of business enterprise. So it goes from the 1850s clear up to current in downtown Caldwell.
And I think that's where you have such a theme of opposing things, where when you go to Caldwell, you're looking at something that's almost intact for the last 150 to 170 years, and at the same time is being revitalized. So it just creates a really attractive landing place for folks that just kind of want to go back in time and experience old and new together.
Yeah. The building on the screen is, it's got a flooring store in it, and it was actually repainted last year with a Vista grant. I don't know how to flip this over to just back or forward. That's what it looked like before.
Ooh.
Okay, that's 2018 version, 2023. Okay, let me see if I can find some others. That looks like the modern version. That's what it looked like before in 2018. This is an auto parts. That's what it looks like today. That's what it looked like in 2018. See, just paint and signage. This is the front courthouse. Brad was involved in this. They changed the facade in that area. And we thought it was fairly attractive like that. Or no, this is what it looks like in 2018. I got to go back. That's what it looks like now. It's very nice. So the government helped us out there, local government. This is an insurance office. That's today's photo. That's what it looked like back in 2018.
It's funny because you guys have just kind of slowly changed the standard, and it seems to be catching on with a lot of buildings in that area.
Yeah, we've had a lot of success with the program, and with the recent $4 million that we just got through this last grant. We've never had that kind of money to work with. All this is done previously with private money and very small grants with these businesses and historical tax credits.
I really like Jeff's story because I feel like it involves such simple things that are not terribly expensive and things that almost any small government can do. And it's just like he said, it's a vital tool in your toolkit. So moving on, Mr. Eddie, I would like to introduce you and tell me a little bit about what is going on in Warren, where I kind of consider you, after our first conversation, my $24 million man. So give us a little bit of a spiel about what's going on there and how this is all unfolding. Very interesting story.
So thank you, Brad, and for the opportunity to talk about the city of Warren. We talk specifically, about our downtown region, but honestly, there is expansion throughout not only our city, but in some of the areas in which we service. We've acknowledged that the idea of economic development, a lot of times, a lay person, they'll see an open field and there's a person with some money and, so we can have a business. And unfortunately, that it's nothing close to that. There's so much more that goes into economic development before you get shovel one into the ground. And, in our area and what we've seen is it comes down to infrastructure. a lot of our citizens just assume, well, if we just give the business a tax abatement, they'll come. Well, that's ridiculous. Everybody can give a tax abatement. And what we have seen is when prospects are making decisions on where they're going to go, they're going to locate their business, a lot of factors come into play, but most importantly, what we have seen is infrastructure and having the up-to-date current infrastructure that can facilitate their businesses, specifically water, wastewater, and broadband. In our area, in the city that I'm the director for, we do own our own water department as well as our wastewater district, and we service multiple communities that are around us. And a lot of you have heard of Lordstown and all the big things that are happening in Lordstown, whether it be Altium Cells or TEC or LEC. Well, none of those projects get off the ground if it isn't for the city of Warren being able to take their discharge through wastewater. And so one of the things that we've been able to do is get with our city council, and we've invested $130 million into the refurbishment. It's a three-phase plan for the refurbishment of our wastewater district, and that's on the sewer side as well as, the sanitation side as well as the stormwater side. You could have a company come into your area and they can say, we're going to plant right here and we want to bring 10,000 jobs. If you don't have the ability to service their wastewater, the answer is no, without a major investment. And it's the same thing on the water side as well. Hydraulic capacity becomes a huge part of economic development when it comes to bringing in these businesses. And so we've not only have we partnered with some of the private sector and the companies that are looking to do these projects. Specifically, you've heard of the electric companies, the TEC and the LECs that are up in going up into Lordstown. We've been able to partner with them to reinvest back into our infrastructure. One company is helping us put $24 million into our water filtration department, and the city locally is putting $130 million on the other side of it. These are the things that we believe that when it comes to future economic development, whether it be for us or the region in which we serve with our infrastructure, we'll be able to actually facilitate the growth in these companies coming in.
Eddie, when you are in the middle of a deal like that and you have a private sector individual or company that's wanting to invest in public sector infrastructure, can you talk a little bit about the motive on each side of the table and why a private sector individual would consider doing that? What is in it for them, and what are we trying to invest in our economy? What outcome are we looking for?
It's ROI, right? At the end of the day, the investor, they don't do it for fun. They do it to make money, and they see the long-term effects of being able to invest some money into the local infrastructure because, they know at the end of the day, or at least they feel that it's going to be a good bet. And it works for everyone. Unfortunately, from the federal government to the state government, it has been acknowledged that we have failing infrastructure. We have aging infrastructure. And it is very, very expensive. We're doing about a mile of water line replacement on Mahoning Avenue and Warren, and I believe the cost is about $2.8 million for 1 mile. Now we're getting smart. We're taking it out of the street. We're putting it into the Devil Strip. So when we do have water main breaks, we don't have to put the service cuts in the road. We can do it on the Devil Strip. So we're trying to advance past the thoughts of when these were put in, but we have a certain percentage of lines within just my municipality alone that are over 75 years old. And yes, they were built to last, but they weren't built to last that long. And when you start talking about building, putting in certain types of manufacturing, obviously over a certain square footage, you're going to need fire suppression. Well, fire suppression is going to require a certain amount of pressure on that line. That pressure on that line that services the residents around there might be well, but as soon as we put the pressure on the line for that fire suppression, you get Swiss cheese throughout your line. Well, and then that leads to even more infrastructure problems. 9 times out of 10, the problem on your road really isn't the road. It's your failing water line that's underneath of it that's leaking, that's causing the pothole, that then causes the service main break, that causes the service line cut. And so, it goes on down the line. But I think the biggest thing that we can do and that we have done, not only from our standpoint of putting our money up and seeking monies from the federal and the state government, but is partnering with the private sector to address the infrastructure issues to allow us to help facilitate the growth and economic development within our region.
That's great information. My next panelist, Mr. Brett Adams, is with the private sector. He is with Black Diamond Development. So, Brett, tell me a little bit about what you guys have going on and where you're working right now and how you see that fitting into the local economy.
Okay, first, thank you very much for the invite. I know I'm the odd man out here as a private developer, but it's too long of a story to tell you how we got here. But I can start with, we don't own a building that is less than 100 years old that we're working on right now. We started, I started 15 years ago in Columbus rehabbing a 120-year-old church, which is now called the Bluestone in Columbus. But so we literally stumbled upon Shawnee before the pandemic, and we saw an opportunity to this architecture of these buildings that we're going to go through is just incredible. This building on the left is 150 years old. It was originally built as a saloon downstairs and a brothel upstairs. Now, we're rehabilitating it now. We've got the Black Diamond Tavern downstairs. We are not putting the brothel upstairs. It will be an Airbnb. Do you have the updated picture, Brad? That's what it looks like now. A lot of work that goes into these buildings. But let's show the interior when we got it, and then where we are today. We really try to take great care in preserving everything that we can architecturally. That's the original ceiling. The previous owner had painted it. We're letting the actual gold leaf paint fall off to get it back to the natural area that it was before. So we're pretty proud of what we've done so far. We're bringing the first doctor into Shawnee in over 75 years. We sought out Genesis Health System, and they're putting a physician's office, full-blown physician's office in Shawnee. The original plan is to, which is still our plan, is to build the campground because it's all about bodies. I mean, we've got to have people to patronize the bar and the other things that we are doing. We are building right now. We're very close to opening the only second tiny home village in the entire state of Ohio. We right now can't handle the interest in the reservations for the tiny homes. We're expanding our efforts into Nelsonville. Those of you in Nelsonville, we bought the historic Eagles building, and we're going to do a limited service hotel in there. We're expanding into New Straitsville, or Straitsville if you're from here, and we're looking at other communities. And to be very honest, the only reason that we are here is because of our partnerships and our relationships with Jobs Ohio and Vibrant Communities. Because I'm going to give you an example. We don't have any problem sharing these numbers because it is the only way that these small towns are going to be rehabbed. We're not a Kokosing, we're not a Russilli Construction, we're not a multi-billion-dollar development firm. We're a couple of guys from Southeast Ohio that think we can do some good. But we knew going into this that you can't take, like, the Deshawn buildings in Shawnee, 2 buildings, it's $1 million renovation. If you put $1 million in 2 buildings in Shawnee, how are you ever going to get your money back, Mayor? I mean, you can't get your money back. I mean, you'd never get your money back renting at $12 a square foot. Now, when you get Jobs Ohio through Ohio Southeast, Katie Farber and Christy Tanner, when they step up and they realize that this is not going to happen, it's just not going to happen. We were fortunate enough to get a $400,000 grant to make this happen. Now, again, that's a tremendous amount of money. The margins are, it's still a break-even number, but it gives us the infrastructure, the density to do other projects in the village. And without them, we'd have no chance of redoing these buildings. So I'm rambling a little bit, but that's my story. I'm sticking with it.
Oh, that's great information, and I appreciate that private sector perspective. I don't consider you the odd man out, because I think ACGP was a really, really obvious declaration that we need these public-private partnerships to revitalize these downtowns. And so I think the role that you play in that is vital.
Well, we've got to take that another step, because in full disclosure, we didn't get funding. We're very disappointed, but we're very happy. That's a lot of money, and it went to many of you in this room have gotten that funding, and we're happy for you. There's no jealousy at all. Our frustration is that sometimes the entrepreneurship is not. These dollars can go further with a public-private partnership, because the simple example is you can give a community $2 million for sidewalks, which is fantastic. But if there's nobody to walk on those sidewalks, you're not creating that economic development to get to the point that you want and need new sidewalks. So, we're gonna work on that. We're gonna talk to everybody. We're gonna plead our case about having, and we get it locally. Buckeye Hills, Ohio Southeast, they've got our backs. They know what we're doing, but it is frustrating sometimes when you see these opportunities, and it's, well, you've got to be a 501(c)(3). Now, I've been on a dozen boards in my life. We have a huge nonprofit with our Visitors Bureau. I'm a big fan of nonprofits. Our society doesn't function without nonprofits, but sometimes those dollars can go further. They can go further, and Shawnee's the example. As a private developer, we had to go seek out the tenants. We had to get a tenant to make our economics work. Nonprofits don't have that ability. That's not their role. That's not what they do. So I want to be very clear, and that I'm very, very pro. We've got to get entities and government specifically more willing to work with developers to create tax dollars that goes back into the system.
I agree. Mayor Don Mason of Zanesville. We've had several conversations. I've known the mayor for a while. In around 60 days, he's going to start letting me call him Don. Mayor Mason brings a really unique, really effective, really simple version of revitalization that we had discussed. And so now, when I think of Zanesville and I think of downtown revitalization, housing comes to mind. So I would invite you guys to listen to Mayor Mason's remarks about how the city of Zanesville is addressing sort of the housing crisis and downtown revitalization at the same time.
Thank you very much, and the pressure's on. By the way, my wife's watching on TV or video, so I have to wiggle my ear so she knows I recognize her. The old Carol Burnett. But anyway, thank you for putting the pressure on me there. When I hear people talk about workforce development, I think that's great, but that just tells me they have not been going to technical college and community college graduations for the last 4 to 6 years. We are graduating these students in Ohio. We just need to find a place for them to live when they're working. Almost like what you just stated about, you have to have the infrastructure to serve the industry that wants to come into town. Guess what? You've got to have houses and apartments also for the workers to move into. So what we started doing in Zanesville, and I'll get into the downtown towards the end, is we actually started taking houses that had been, I'll just say the prior administration would have demolished these. They were demolishing 30 houses a year. And what we formed was a community improvement corporation that's basically a multitude of officials, bankers, real estate appraisers, and what we're doing is taking properties that we have seized through drug forfeitures and putting ARPA money into it. I'll cover this in a minute. Again, instead of demolitions, we are It says 2 houses, 24 houses. We took in criminal proceedings. We're now proceeding. We had to raise some of them. We took $300,000 of our ARPA money, started going out and taking a look at houses. This is what they looked like. In the past, that would have been absolutely raised. We started assessing what we had to do. And we realized, obviously, the first thing you've got to do is back up a dumpster or a garbage truck, clean it out. Then you take your contractors through it. You have your punch list of what needs to be done. And then you got to find people to sell the properties to or do it yourself. And we started doing some ourselves. And by the way, we have a great working relationship with Habitat for Humanity of Southeast Ohio, and they're a great partner in our county. And I'll talk about partnerships in a moment. These are some of the properties we've taken over. And yeah, I mean, each one of these were just absolutely terrible conditions. It's easy. The easy thing is, oh, let's just bulldoze. Let's raise that. That's the easy thing. The hard thing is actually making that property vital to the economic development of the neighborhood, because I guarantee you, you tear down a house, probably no house is going back in. You end up with what I call a pockmarked community. So we took these houses and we just started developing them. And by the way, these are within the same neighborhood. I'll show you in a minute. They're close to each other. By the way, I'm proud to say this is the oldest area of Zanesville. It's called Putnam. And if that name is familiar, it's because the people who settled in the Marietta area, many of them migrated, I'll call it upriver, into the Zanesville area. The community was called Putnam. This is in that area. And again, we started rehabbing these houses. Got to put a new roof on them right away. If you don't put a roof on them, you know, there's no sense in trying to do development. Again, what was on the left is what it used to look like. What's on the right is what it looks like when we sold it. We put around 60, if you see, 67,000 into it. We sold for 134,000. We net, after closing 127, I don't know about you, but my math is we made 60,000, okay? That goes back into the CIC. Whoops. Well, there's another property, same thing. On this one, again, we're making 40-some thousand. Again, that goes back into the Community Improvement Corporation.
Mayor, in the real estate world, this is just called flipping houses. And you don't really think of your city government as an entity that is spearheading that. So can you talk a little bit about the community partners that you had involved in this?
Yeah, and I also want to stress, thanks for bringing that up. We will only sell this to a party, you know, a couple who are going to live there. These are not for rental. There's actually a 5-year restriction on these. If you buy this house, you have to live in it for at least 5 years. We could probably go longer, but we think people will be committed to the neighborhoods. But going back, it's great to have the DeWine Houston commitment to our region. I've been in government. I was first elected in 1979. I have never, in 40-some years, seen an administration put the emphasis on Appalachia like we have in the last 2 years. Very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. But money coming from the state is not everything. It takes partnerships within your community. The city has a great working relationship with the county commissioners, the land bank, the Community Improvement Corporation, the Chamber of Commerce. I could go on and on. If you can't have a nice conversation with your partners between the courthouse and City Hall, you know, you're wasting your time, because your business community will know that there's friction. So again, you've got to have these great working relationships. And by the way, we have a great port authority in Muskingum County, and I shouldn't say that because the director's here, and he'll probably want a pay raise because I just said he was great. But again, that's the city and the county working together on economic development. That was formed in 1987. It's been what's really moved Zanesville forward. Again, it's cooperation within the entity. So let me talk about, oh, by the way, again, in working with the county land bank, which is, we have 2 city representatives on it, we've been working with Woda Cooper on developing 2 old school sites into housing. Again, as you can see, an $8 million project and a $13 million project. These are both under construction right now. We're actually looking at developing higher-end housing north of the city. And we have this under development in the north of the city. So you've got to hit your entire market. You've got to hit everything from apartments to what you want your executives to move into. Now let's talk about the downtown. There's some old properties in the downtown that I'll call that anchor the downtown. And I'm very pleased that we have 3 businesses that are basically, I'll call that up and running. I inspect the downtown exchange probably personally 4 times a week, and I think that's my commitment to downtown Zanesville. It's great food and beverages. And then across the street is the Taste of Ohio that is open on special events, and they're probably start being open full-time here as a spring if we ever get out of winter and get into spring. And again, downtown investments. Again, it's great that we have government money from Columbus, but you got to have the private sector investment. And as indicated earlier, you got to have people walking up and down the sidewalk. And that's where the housing also comes in. I'll bypass a couple of these where we did some brownfield cleanup. The money that's coming to us from the state of Ohio that was just approved, 6.47. I think John Kerry probably fainted when I said 16 there. The $6.47 million, we're going to be creating a farmer's market and a walking trail in our downtown, as well as, hang on, there should be a picture of my Secrets Auditorium. Oh, well, guess not. But we're also putting money into what's called the Secrets Auditorium and Theater. We probably run shows in there probably about 4 days a week now. Anything from a dance recital to a play to concerts, both concerts at all levels, everything from the concert society to rock bands. So what we're trying to do is get people into the downtown so then they go to the restaurants, trying to make it so that people know the downtown is, by the way, it's very safe to live in. So these are all things we're working on. But again, it takes the city, the county, the land bank, the Port Authority, and the and I know I've missed others, the Community Improvement Corporation, all working together to put the investment where we need the investment.
Thank you very much for those remarks. It really boils down to the tools that you need to build a healthy economy. And you need invested councilmen, you need an active private sector, you need heavy investments in your infrastructure, and you need housing. And another really unique example of that tool, Jeff and I had talked about this. Jeff, would you kind of explain what you and I talked about in regard to that gaming tournament and what that did to your bed tax and how that funds your mission in Caldwell? This is a fascinating example to me.
In Caldwell, something developed. There's a business called Apex Gaming. I don't even understand it, but as the tourism director, we kind of latched onto it early. And what they do is they have these tournaments and they play. I think the game's called Warhammer. It plays with games, and it's Kyle Huck. Kyle Huck come in and explained that he wanted to market it a little heavier. So we set up a grant program through our tourism, even though we have a real small budget. And the first year we give him $500 towards marketing because he could prove to me that it not only brought up his business, but it brought up hotel stays, restaurant visits, and that's what we was looking to accomplish. So the first year he did it, we had a little small increase on our winter quarter. I tried to encourage him because January and February and March, the first quarter for tourism in Noble County, there's like absolutely nothing going on hardly, and our bed tax has been flat for years in those months, and so this year we gave him $1,000 towards the same grant. He upped his numbers has been coming up really steady. When he has, because the way he's got it set up, you have to play pre-tournaments to play in the big tournament, and there's money involved and things. And he's had people come as far away as United Kingdom to play in the tournaments. He also he could about 50 to 100 rooms are rented out every time he has a tournament, and so on our January this year, our January, February, and March. Bed tax collections was up 24%, which is a huge number for us, gives us more money to put in. So it was a good investment. And the restaurants and the local watering holes, they all felt the effects of it. So.
And I think that's so important because we can empower our local business community to take on things like this, which cause that increase in bed tax, which then allows you more marketing capacity and more capability in advertising the community. So it's about building a system. And when you're from Appalachia, you've got to be pretty tough-nosed, and you've got to understand the way things work. And I feel like that's such a good example of how community events can fund your tax base, and then what that tax base is able to do subsequently. I think that's such a good example. Jeff, also, anything else that you'd like to add?
Yeah, as a tourism director, I've only had this job. I started, no experience at all. I was a salesman for 35 years. So I took it over January of last year. And so what we decided to do was we visited every CVB within a 60-mile radius of our business to see what they was doing and to steal their ideas, basically. And we ate at all the restaurants, everything that they was promoting, and just learning the business. But we built up this tremendous relationship with the people. And so like when I go to meetings now and other CVB people's there, I went to the Wilds, Muskingum counties was there. We passed out visitors guides, did the open air safari with the Wilds. I got a really nice relationship with the Wilds, which is only 23 miles from their front door to my hotel, and we're trying to expand on that a little bit. We have some really positive things coming our way, even though it's not in our county, but the partnerships with Morgan County that'll have Jesse Owens Park. They're doing a massive expansion over Jesse Owens Parks because people comes to our area for outside recreation is a big drawing card. And then we made a professionally designed motorcycle map with kind of similar to what Athens County has. And Athens County on their Windy 9 has had tremendous success last 5 years. And when their map runs over to Morgan County with a triple nickel, and then ours picks it up and takes them to the Big Muskie Bucket, clear over to the river. And those partnerships have been excellent.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeff. Eddie, we have a question here on the monitor for you, sir, if you're ready. Yes. It says, Eddie, are companies investing directly in public infrastructure or using TIFs to fund the improvements?
So I think we've seen a combination of both. I talked about the improvements out at our water filtration. That was an investment by Clean Energy Futures doing the project out there in Lordstown. But we've also seen, I believe it was in 2016, we TIFed basically our entertainment district, which was our downtown. It did it at the absolute right time because within years after that, a couple investors put about $55 million into our downtown, from entertainment to restaurants to, and one, if you're familiar with Warren, the Robbins Theater. Robbins Theater had been closed for longer than I had been alive. And one of Warren's favorite sons, Mark Marvin, had came back to town and wanted to do some different projects, and he was able to bring that back to life. Not only that, with some restaurants, and then also some condos that go above the business district. So we've created a TIF district there. Like I said, came in at the right time when the taxes were low. And so we were able to TIF that, and we are also looking to expand our development of downtown to the west with a property as well that we have a developer that we're working with, and we are working to TIF that property as well to be able to help not only with some of the upfront cost of the development, but also to be able to fund those infrastructure needs going into the future as well.
Awesome. I feel like that's a very succinct answer to the question. And this might be the last question that I get to ask you guys, because this has been a lot of fun for me, and I love talking to you guys. You and I had talked, and you had mentioned that there was a government infrastructure plan and sort of an economic development plan that had come from the government, and you had a discussion with your congressman and kind of felt like there was a fundamental difference in your logic and how you saw economic development and infrastructure versus what was being promoted. Would you care to talk about that discussion and where it landed?
Well, it seemed that when you're local, and I want to acknowledge our local partners with Eastgate and Kathy Zook and all the help that they give us. When you're local and you're on the ground, we know how to really get stuff done. And showing up and, talking about economic development, I mean, it's a buzzword. I mean, you just say it, but it seemed that there were too many people, whether it be at the federal and in all honesty at the state level as well, that truly did not understand what it took to accomplish economic development. They would come in and they would do press conferences and they would do site visits and we'd get the pictures and all of that pretty stuff. But at the end of the day, they had no clue that in order for us to actually obtain true economic development, we would need infrastructure. You have to have infrastructure dollars, and I am not going to pretend to be very educated on the entire Appalachia region, but I know our region, and I know we're a legacy city. And when I hear 1850 and we're going back and I see these pictures, we're legacy cities, therefore we have legacy infrastructure. And if we are honest about true economic development, bringing in those companies that are going to bring 5,000 jobs, 3,000 jobs, what have you, it starts and stops with infrastructure. We have 3 major projects right now that we have end users, which the investors have bought the property, they're looking to move forward. Our Achilles heel on all 3 of those is infrastructure. Is it going to go forward? It absolutely should. But could it fail? It absolutely could. And it will, if it does, it would fail because of infrastructure. And so coming and taking the pictures, and that's great, that is great. But unless we have true investment into our infrastructure, we are going to be hindered on how much we can do moving forward. Those who have the ability to invest, those who have foreseen this prior, they're going to be where the companies go. And until we can address those things fully, those things that aren't sexy, they're underground, you don't get to see them, nobody wants to see your ARPA funds going there, right? They want to see the stuff on top of the ground. But in order to have true investment, true economic development moving forward, it is my opinion that the #1 investment throughout this area and throughout our country has to be that stuff that's underground that we don't get to see in the infrastructure.
That's a great answer. I appreciate your honesty. I really do. Brett, in the aftermath of ACGP and being a private sector person, private developer, how are you going to look to utilize different partnerships and develop those partnerships and work with small governments so that we can revitalize economies using the tool that you bring to the table?
We're going to continue to do what we're doing with Ohio Southeast, Buckeye Hills, ARC. We have a lot of opportunities out there, and I don't want to be negative about, Mr. Carey, I didn't mean to put you on. I know you didn't make the decision singularly, so I'm not complaining to you, but we have so many opportunities with what we're doing. It's about tourism. I mean, Southeast Ohio, we don't have the manufacturing plants. We don't have even the infrastructure that you guys have. We've got to rely on tourism. And here's a fact that some of you may not know. The Hocking Hills region is 7 parks, 5,000 acres total. Cedar Falls, Old Man's Cave, 5,000 acres. There are over 250,000 acres in the Wayne National Forest, 250,000 acres. If any of you have been on the Buckeye Trail, some of those trails have the same geological formations. It's just never been advertised. It's just never been promoted. There's never been a marketing effort for southern Perry County, ever. I mean, ever. I mean, when Cole left, they left great architecture, and it's architecture that we're bringing back. I think I told you we're looking at a project in your city as well, but it's about tourism. It's about getting people down there. We get a little bit of pushback. I'll tell you, we did a post. We have great social media presence, and we're looking to put electric chargers in Shawnee, and which is, somebody that lives in Dublin that wants to come down, they want to make sure that, they get a charge and get back. We had pushback from people saying, we don't need electric. Electric cars should be embarrassing. Why would we have electric cars? And So there's an educational component too of what we're doing, and we have to get an acceptance and buy-in. But we have so many. It comes back to the natural resources that are there with the Buckeye Trail, with the renovation of the Tecumseh Theater, and we've got an opportunity to draw those tourists in. So to answer your question, Brad, it's about working with the entities that we have. They've seen what we've done in Shawnee. They're working their butts off with us right now to expand that and restore these small communities. And we're really promoting. We're expanding our Black Diamond concept. We actually did a deal with Talking College, so we now have a brewery and distillery, which will be able to use that to expand upon the Black Diamond taverns, Black Diamond kitchens that we're doing throughout Southeast Ohio.
Mayor Mason, I have a question here on the monitor that I'd like for you to address. I'm sure you can. Does the CIC have a dedicated staff? If so, how many? And how long did it take you to get to the point where you could staff the CIC to accomplish the slides there?
Thank you very much. The CIC has, I'll just say this, was around for a while that was not staffed and did not have a budget. So it took City Council to move money into the CIC budget, and then we've assigned one of our full-time community development staff to really is part-time assigned to the CIC. And he is the person who's going out and assessing the properties along with our community development director and one of our building inspectors from the Code Enforcement Division. So in that sense, it's a team effort to try to make sure that a house we've selected for improvement, for refurbishing, is in fact economically feasible. So yes, there's a part-time staff person assigned to it.
So in your housing initiative here, who took the lead and got this thing off the ground? That's another question on the monitor.
That's a real good question. I hate economic waste. And when I found that we were spending, when the city was spending, $20,000 per property, 10, 15, 20 properties a year, it actually, I just found it to be really bad economics. So I kept encouraging the code enforcement people to, instead of thinking about condemnation, start thinking about refurbishing and rehabbing. So that's sort of, I hate to say it, that's where, I'll just say this, you have to have leadership in your city, and you have to have a city council that also agrees with you, that to change the minds of staff members so they understand that their job is really bringing back the neighborhoods, bringing back the communities, and not just, I'll just say, raising a piece of property. So you have to have a mental change of thought process when it comes to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, one of the fundamental components, too, that we always embrace, no matter where we are, is the culture of our community. And you are kind of known for coining the term the Mayberry effect. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about why you consider Caldwell such a good example of the Mayberry effect.
We was on vacation. We went to Fort Jackson with my boys in the service, and we stopped in North Carolina, in the town that Mayberry was founded on. And I realized Caldwell was more Mayberry than Mayberry was. But what I like about Caldwell, and I was telling Brad, my wife and I, she has me on a fitness regimen where I get to walk a mile a day and watch my diet. And we go downtown and we walk the square. And kids will be, like at night, they'll be riding bicycles. Ladies will be walking. There's a certain safety feature there. And people feel safe. They don't mind being out on the streets. It's very relaxing to live in Caldwell. It's pretty laid back, and a lot of people will just come down. They'll sit on the city square and just watch the traffic, enjoy the scenery. And nature's one of our biggest assets. People come down, they kayak. Everything I've ever been involved in, we've always tried to look at how to make something better. Like our historical society roughly has about 10 or 12 motivated people. The council is 6 people. We have a lot of associate members. A lot of people come in and do one thing a year. And we always try to do things that are fun, because there's a certain fun factor in coming and like maybe attending our festivals or fairs. every once in a while we'll do something that just astounds us. We had the mayor wanted to have this Hallmark Christmas is what she called it. And so we decorated the town, massive amounts of lights, and it looked like a Hallmark theater, complete with, I don't know what they call the little village where you come in and do the Christmas carnivals, and people come down. And one time we decided to have reindeers on a Wednesday night, and 3,000 people come to Caldwell to look at this reindeer. And and it's kind of the very first year we did it, we thought we was going to be totally shot in the foot. And the building I showed you with the insurance agency, COVID years, you couldn't sit on Santa Claus' lap. There was all kinds of strange things like that. And so they got the idea. They set Santa Claus up behind the window in there, and the kids would walk up.
Anderson building.
In the Yonce Anderson building, and kids could walk up and just, talk to Santa Claus through the window. It was really very touching. We had a red truck that's a Hallmark symbol, and a guy had a 53 Ford truck. I love antique vehicles parked on the square, and I've seen tons of photo ops with the red truck, and it's got a certain feel if you come. Matter of fact, out on the table, I'm going to leave them here. I'm not taking any home because we parked a long ways from here. There's tons of Noble County Visitors Guide, 60 things to do in Noble County. I appreciate everybody here if you take one home with you and just give it a look. Thank you.
Yeah, I can personally testify the value of some of the things they've done in the Hallmark Christmas, because I actually run a very small pizza shop in this town, and we had a night where we were just slammed and we didn't know what was causing this. So I texted the mayor and I said, "Are you guys doing something down on the square?" She says, "Yeah, we've got a reindeer down here in a fence." And there's 3,000 people on the square. I was like, well, that explains it. Sure.
You got to realize Caldwell has 1,700 people in it, so that was a big number for us. And our whole driving force is we're trying to generate business for our people. That's what we're looking to do. That's the whole reason for everything we do. So,
Eddie, I wondered if you could talk a little bit about the culture and sort of the community brand where you're from, and how you guys either protect that or flaunt that as you're revitalizing your area.
So, Steel Town, tough, historic, and so I think that is that's that balance that we're trying to make sure that we keep. I think there came a time where people had to acknowledge the difference between historic and old, because there is a difference. But we do have design review to try to make sure that we keep that historic touch. We just put roughly $3.5 million into the renovation of the outside of City Hall. City Hall was owned by the Perkins family. It was built in 1875, I believe it was, and it was unbelievable to see you can't just get just some normal company to come in. They have to be certified, and all that goes into preserving these historic buildings. But we do acknowledge in our area, manufacturing is what provided a lot of great lives. Whether it had been Packard Delphi, whether it had been the GM factory up there in Lordstown, and all the offshoots from that. And I think what we're looking towards now from that standpoint of our region is, people would say that manufacturing is dead. And that's not necessarily true. Steel mills might be dead, but manufacturing is not. And what we need to start to do is to start to manufacture the 21st century products, whether it is the Ultium cells that is up in Lordstown, whether it is wind turbines, whether it is solar panels. You don't necessarily have to change the core of what you are and what we are, because that foundation, I think, is what has kept us strong through some of the toughest times of what we would call, I guess, the Rust Belt. We just have to realize we have to evolve. And I think that evolution, we can see it. We can see the evolution in front of us. We see the technologies that are coming out, and it's just being able to capitalize on that. And one of the great examples is Altium cells. But as I think the mayor spoke of, there's so much more that goes into it. Those people need places to live. You know, they want to know where their children are going to go to school at, and they want to know where their family is going to do shopping at. And so there's so much that goes into, you know, keeping these things moving forward. But I think the biggest thing, you know, for us is to understand what our foundation is. That foundation is what has got us through the toughest of times as we saw factories close. I don't know that we need to get away from it. We just need to manifest ourselves into the 21st century of what it is that we do best.
Agreed. Mr. Adams, I have a question on the monitor for you, and it revolves around how you guys landed in Shawnee and the process of choosing that as a place to develop.
Okay. And I did say it was by happen chance. My partner sings a duet like 4 or 5 times a year, and he played the Tecumseh Theater. This is a true story. He played the Tecumseh Theater. This was a week before the stage shut down for COVID. And he played on Friday night. He calls me on Saturday morning, and he said, he goes, "Hey, do you know anything about Shawnee?" And I said, "Yeah, I think I rode my motorcycle through there, and they're restoring a theater." And I go, "It's an old coal mining town, right?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I go, "Why are you asking me about Shawnee?" And he said, "I need you to come here at noon." And I'm heading to my farm in Pickaway County, and he said, "You got to come over here right now. I got this meeting." And I said, you know, he's a very good friend. I known him, I trusted him, so I came over. I didn't have any cell service from coming over because he was going to prep me on this meeting. And then I basically meet him at the door. I walk in, and he said, "We're going to buy this town." And I go, "What do you mean we're going to buy this town?" And he said, "We can build." He's a campground developer, and he said, "We've got sewage and water." I said, "Robin, I've never built I don't know how to build a campground." And he said, "Yeah." He goes, "But you can put together the deal to buy these buildings." And I came down there. I took one look, and I said, "This architecture is so." And he had known that I had done the previous historic development, and I just took one look and said, "These buildings can be saved. Most of the buildings can be saved." And we bought 11 of the downtown buildings. We ended up, unfortunately, we had to take down some of the wood structures. Somebody earlier mentioned the roof, Mayor, and they didn't maintain these roofs, and the water damage was just beyond repair. So that's how we got involved in it, and then and then it evolved from there and it evolved because of Ohio Southeast Jobs Ohio, because then we realized that we could do something with these economics, because originally, you know, it was let's get these downtown buildings. We don't know what we can do with them. We can't economically develop them by ourselves because the numbers don't work. And then it became a learning process and meeting the providers that have been so good for us in providing the technical assistance. And, you know, again, it's not like we're a record, but we would not be here without that support from the Vibrant Communities, Jobs Ohio, and these grant programs. And we need to continue them. We need to encourage the public-private partnerships. It's not a negative to have a public-private partnership.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Mason, question for you. What is one thing that you wish you could do in Zanesville right now, and why?
Well, let's just put it this way. I wish we had started earlier on a lot of things, but sort of indicated earlier, COVID sort of got in the way of a lot of what we had to redirect our time, and time is the one thing you can't replace. I tell people you can waste money, but you can't waste time because you'll never get it back. So I do wish we had started earlier. I do wish we had been more aggressive with our forfeiture of properties that we take from criminals, and you know, in our drug cases. I wish we had started, because until you turn the corner on the drug issue, I hate to say it, but you're going to have a lot of opportunities to seize properties, seize houses, and refurbish them. So you can take a neighborhood and turn it from being something where people are afraid of going out at night, and you can turn that neighborhood into somewhere where people want to live, have playground equipment in their backyard. So all I can say is I wish we had started earlier. Again, COVID got in the way, but we're going to be as aggressive as we can because we have great working relationships with other entities in Muskingum County.
Eddie, I feel like I've got a question here that might relate to your statements with manufacturing. Regarding manufacturing, what are you doing to provide a readily available, skilled, technical workforce?
So that's a very good question. We've got our partners, whether it be Youngstown State University, Kent State Trumbull, that we work with, but there is a litany of other smaller companies that have tried to fill that role. Mahoning Manufacturing, I think, is one that is now partnering with some local groups over in Warren in our TCAP building to try to get them those skills, if you will. We have a great program called TCTC, as a technical school for high school kids, and what we've seen is that yes, I have a traditional 4-year degree, but right now, I mean, with everything that's going on, if you can use a hammer and a nail right now, you will make a lot of money. I mean, we've never been in a position like we are now where we've got money and we can't spend it. Because we either can't get the architects and engineers are backed up, the contractors are backed up. And so right now, being able to learn some of these trades is a wonderful thing for our young people coming out to get them trained. But a lot of it too is it's not just the idea of training them of how to do a specific job. Unfortunately, because of what we've seen over the last 10, 15, maybe even 20 years in the downslide of the manufacturing jobs, we have to teach some of these younger people how to work again. We opened up one of these classes, and one of the reporters asked the person running it, "What's the purpose of this?" I interview with companies all the time, and they say they're begging for people. Why do they need to go to this program? And the director had said, because it's not about getting them a job, it's about them keeping the job. And so, unfortunately, with some of our younger people coming up, that work ethic has to be reinstilled into them. I speak at elementary K through 8s all the time, and I'm surprised on how many people, they remember grandma and grandpa that used to work up at the factory, but they actually don't even know anybody that actually has to go to bed at a normal hour on Tuesday because they have to get up in the morning. And so some of it isn't just about having the jobs out there, it is also about reinstilling, especially to some of the younger people, that sense of work and the work ethic. And so, yes, we do have programs that aren't just trying to teach the 21st century technologies, but also due to the fact of losing Dana Street and Warren and losing, the GMs and the Delphis, it's reteaching that work ethic to the young people. So not only can they not just get the job, but they can also sustain the job.
That's a great answer. All right, so for our closing question, I'm going to go in reverse order. I'm going to start with Mayor Mason. Regarding some of the things that you guys have all individually talked about, what do you think is one tangible step one that almost any community, any elected official or development district, what can we do as a step one to take advantage of some of the statements you've made today?
Well, I think you have to start cleaning up blighted properties. You have to make sure grass gets cut, spouting gets fixed, porches are fixed. You've got to start doing that as a community before you can build something new.
Wow. Mr. Adams, what's one thing that you would recommend as a step one?
The mayor stole my thunder, because in these small communities, and I want to try to find the land bank guy here that's later, because it's so important. You put all these dollars in the downtown and we beautify it, and if nobody else has the same concerns that you do about maintaining the community, that's a problem. And so, that's not part of our development job or what we do, but it's very important, especially in these older communities like Shawnee, is to enforce the zoning. enforce the zoning. You enforce the zoning, you have less crime. But there's also opportunities to do affordable housing that we're looking at too. And affordable housing, it's about giving people ownership of something that can be very attractive. It's not. We're never going to build apartments like we've seen with concrete, the entire concrete areas for parking with nothing else to look at or do. But you've got to beautify some of this stuff to make it work and make it attractive.
Eddie, in your opinion, what's a step one that we could take to capitalize on some of your thoughts today?
I think first and foremost is the acknowledgement, and then I think it's to make the hard decisions from the local level. I mean, obviously, it starts, at home doing some of these things yourself, but it's making the hard decisions. There's a saying that I can ask you, what is your priorities? What do you care about the most? And you'll tell me. But if I truly want to know what your priorities are, I'll ask you for your checkbook, and I'll see where you spend your money. And I think, from what I've been talking about, the standpoint of economic development, I believe that I think it's probably top three when you start talking about safety, police, fire, things of that sort. I think anyone in my position, or the gentlemen that are all sitting amongst us, economic development does become top three of what your priorities are. And so take a look at your budget. Make sure that your money's where your mouth is.
Jeff, what would you recommend as a step one for some of the things you've talked about today?
The biggest thing in Noble County is the majority of our people's over 45 years old that live there. And what's going on right now is a lot of our workforce is retirement age, retiring. And what I've been trying to do is recruit, because a lot of these people have high skill level, and they've been out in the world, they're educated, they've done grant writing, and what I'm having trouble is getting them back in to do volunteer work. They just want to sit in a chair and watch TV. I'm not into that. And I want them to get engaged in the community and try to help us develop it. And we got a tremendous resource that, if we can just get everybody motivated, even in a small way, it helps tremendously. The other thing is you have to think way out of the box on some things, because we have very limited resources. And even a simple idea on our Facebook page, we do, it's our 60th anniversary of our historical society. So we was looking at things from 1964, and one of the tidbits we come up with is Jeopardy was started in 1964. So we got this idea to do Noble County trivia Jeopardy style. So every Wednesday we produce an answer, Jeopardy answer, and then on Thursday they get the question that goes with the answer. It's Noble County trivia. We thought it'd be just fun. And 1,000 people hit our Facebook page every Wednesday and Thursday to play Noble County trivia. Wow. It's like sometimes the craziest things work. In closing, out of the 64 stuff, Mustang come out in 1964, and one of their slogans, I got this sales literature, I bought it for my museum because I have a display of 64 items, and one of the what I plan on doing with this display is take it to the local nursing homes so that people that cannot come to the museum can experience museum experience. I think that's a very shareable idea. The other thing is the Mustang slogan was expect the unexpected. So when you come to Caldwell, I'd like to steal that slogan from Ford. Expect the unexpected.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. How about a round of applause for my panelists? I really appreciate your attention as the audience, but I really appreciate the time that my panelists have put into this, and the intellectual capacity that we have sitting here, I think, is impressive. And from history to housing, from public sector investment to private sector investment, you see that it takes a diverse type and a diverse amount of tools to build a healthy economy. But if anybody can do it, I guarantee it'll be a bunch of Appalachians. So thank you all very much.
Wow, that was a great session. Thank you very much, Brad and Mayor Mason, Eddie, Jeff, Brett. Those were great examples of some communities that are really working hard to transform their their spaces for their residents and to bring more folks in. So right now we're going to release you for a 6-minute break. And get your coffee, stretch your legs, return to your seats. 10, oh no, that's not true. You've got 16 minutes, 10:40, we're going to get started. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me now? Welcome back. It's great to see all of the conversations happening, more folks than ever know each other. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. So look at this. We've got a great panel up here. If everybody could find a seat, we'll get started. We'll close the doors. All right. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice break. We're now going to hear from our presenters on the Enhanced Rural Housing Availability panel. I'm going to let them all introduce themselves, but I want to make sure all of you know that the session will be moderated by our friend, Dr. Vicki King-Maple from Omega. So with that, I'm going to let them take it away. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Misty. Appreciate that. So as we prepare actually to address this, what we know is the complexity, of course, of rural housing challenges, let's start with some engagement before we get to some introductions. So I'm going to list just a few themes here. And so I'm going to ask that as you hear a topic that resonates to you and for your community or your organization, I'm going to ask that if you're able, when you hear that theme or that topic, would you stand and remain standing? The first theme is housing availability and inventory. Does that resonate with any of you? How about housing affordability and attainability? Housing accessibility or housing policy? What about housing safety or sustainability? Quite a few of you still. What about housing insecurity or funding scarcity? A few more. And housing revitalization in general? Yeah, look around the room here. Thank you so much. I'm going to have you take your seats there. Thank you for participating. And certainly this is not a scientific survey, right? But it's not by any stretch. But, you know, as we look around the room, I think what's important to see is that we're in this together. And as Appalachians, we know that when the going gets tough, we get going, right? And so as we look around and see that, you know, again, we're in this together, and, you know, this certainly isn't a topic that is unique to any of us. And so as we look at the brain trust around this room, I think that's so encouraging to know that there are viable solutions. Someone out there has a solution to exactly the topic, the theme that's on each of our minds. And folks, you know, housing, even with as monstrous of a topic as it is and as a priority topic, you know, it also comes with some best practices. It comes with some current tools that are available to each of us, and it can be intimidating. But, you know, while housing also then lies within what I call that intersectionality of the grander workforce or the grander educational, the grander healthcare, the grander economic development ecosystems, there's no doubt that it's also inextricably linked to each of us, to our rural communities, and to our regions. And so that's why we've assembled today some experts and some peers from across the state to really guide us through a robust discussion of what's exactly on our minds, those things that you all were standing for and leaning on each other for there just for a moment. That's what's on our minds. And so, you know, what we also have come to realize is that housing is difficult and as challenging of a situation as it has become. We also know that it's not a partisan issue. This is a humanitarian issue that is going to take all of us. And so with that, it's also, of course, an issue that is very real to us as a region. So again, these folks here, I'm excited to have you all here. Hello. Hello. Good to see you. I feel like we're on a talk show. Can I be Kelly Clarkson for a moment? Sherry Shepard? I don't know who any of the new talk show hosts are, so I'm even going to date myself there a little bit. But
I play Springer.
oh, Springer. Well, let's avoid that. I mean, an Ohio dude and all that, okay. But hey, we're going to avoid the chair throwing and the DNA things. So why don't we have you all go ahead and introduce yourselves? Of course, let's start with Ryan here.
Good morning. Ryan Scribner. I am with the Montrose Group. We are an economic development and lobbying and consulting firm based in Columbus. I've only been there about a year. I spent the last 15 years of my career working in Pickaway County, although that's not Appalachian. It's right on the doorstep to Appalachia, working there in local government and in economic development, and just excited to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. DJ.
Good morning. My name is DJ Felkowski, and I'm here today representing Renew Rio and OpCon Development. We're groups working in the village of Rio Grande to help provide new housing and other economic incentives to not only the village but greater Gallia County.
I am Sean Carvin. I'm the Executive Director of the Ohio Land Bank Association. We provide advocacy and support to the 69 land banks across the state of Ohio. Previous to this role, I did run the Trumbull County Land Bank for about a decade. So you will hear me reference back to Trumbull quite a bit, but that is because I was there for so long and just took this role over a year ago. So land banks are, just as a quick overview, because I did talk to a lot of people who are unfamiliar with land banks. And a quick 30-second overview, land banks are a quasi-governmental nonprofit that is created in a county, and they have some specific authorities, but it's set up similar to a community improvement corporation, and they get properties through tax foreclosure or donations from banks, and they're basically the conduit to deal with all of the problem properties in a community that have been left to rot. So while we're referencing land banks, I just wanted to give that quick update. All right.
Land Banks 101, brought to you by Sean.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Swigert. I serve as the Executive Director of the Coshocton Port Authority, and we do economic development efforts for the County of Coshocton, the City of Coshocton, all of the villages and the townships.
Well, fantastic. So again, I promised you a robust conversation, and so let's dive in. And also, let me also ask each of you that when you're on break or when you have a moment, make sure that you check out their impressive bios, because that was just kind of a quick overview of the what you do, but who they are is even more impressive. So make sure that you check those out in a little while. But Ryan, you're closest to me, so lucky you. Let's talk. What are the more modern public finance tools, the current grant programs, the other, what we're going to call cutting edge strategies or fundamentals that you've either recently discovered or that you're maximizing in this moment to support the Appalachian housing market? And let's even stretch that a little bit across all income levels.
Okay, starting with an easy one.
Yeah, I'm all about those softball questions.
So I would start by saying, I call it the alphabet soup, right, of people working in development. They've got an abbreviation, an acronym, a name for all of these different programs, and they're all like TIFs and JEDs and CRAs and NCAs, and it goes on and on and on and on. And they all have great utility, and every time you think you've got one of them mastered or figured out, the state creates a new one or passes a new program. So it can be kind of hard to keep track of all the opportunities that are out there to support different types of development, and now increasingly so residential development in rural and urban areas and everywhere in between. To me, before you start really diving in and digging into what all of them are, I think it's always important to kind of be centered on a couple philosophical points that they kind of drive why you would use these programs, or might even drive you towards which ones you might want to pursue. Number one is just like accepting the fact that the market drives a lot of types of development, right? And residential, historically, residential especially. And if you don't have residential development happening in your community, the likes of which, the pace of which, the quantity of which that you wish you had, it's because right now, present conditions, the market probably doesn't support it. There can be exceptions to that, but that's generally a good rule. And so the only way you can change that is to try to bend or beat the market. And certainly you can do that with some of, or get towards that with some of those tools and programs and grants and tax credits and tax abatements and all those sorts of things. The second philosophical point that I think sometimes communities can kind of forget is that private development is almost always going to go, probably 99.9% of the time, that private capital investment is going to go the path of least resistance and greatest return. Is that fair, DJ?
Yes.
Okay. So again, does your community represent that value proposition? Least resistance, that means making it easy for folks like DJ to come into your community and navigate permitting and approval processes and that sort of thing. Greatest return can mean cost avoidance, cost sharing, reimbursement, things that can help make it viable for the developer, but also make it livable and affordable for the residents ultimately. So like increasingly, and now that I'm kind of out on the road talking with communities, there's a whole lot of folks that don't really get those 2 points sometimes. And I think if you do, then all of a sudden, well, that you're maybe in a different posture, certainly as a local government official, about being open-minded to using the different programs and tools that are out there. And when you get into that place, then it's time to roll up your sleeves and get creative. Now, what's out there? I myself here very recently been involved in two very different Appalachian residential development scenarios. One would have been like a redevelopment situation up in East Liverpool, where they had an historic building at a really important crossroads of the historic downtown that had been deteriorating for a period of years in misuse or out of use. And the power of these programs is any one of them by themselves is not going to make a challenging project like that and a challenged community viable. The power in any of these is when you layer and leverage and multiply. So in this case, they started with a little bit of cash in hand, a little bit of developer equity. They pursued and navigated and pursued historical tax credits from the state and federal government. They pursued and secured a vibrant community grant from Jobs Ohio. They utilized some EPA brownfield demo money through the CIC locally and perhaps their land bank, I'm not sure which one they used there, to clean up the property directly next door. They had a local facade grant that they layered in, and then we went and got a TMUD, back to the alphabet soup, transformational mixed-use development tax credit from the state, that if you have a good capital stack and good matching funds and a good plan for the building, which does include new residential development, you layer all those together, and all of a sudden a project that would have never been viable in that community is now viable. And it's a $2.5 million project. There's no single source of funds that's greater than about $400,000, but you spread it across all of those. And in the narrative we wrote, you talk about you're matching this one with that one. It almost becomes like a shell game, but you're distributing risk, you're distributing cost, and you're making what isn't viable viable. Some of those are programs that they don't control locally, like the tax credits and the grants through Jobs Ohio. Some of them they do control locally, and you need to think about and understand how you're building out that local toolbox to be able to enter in a scenario like that. The other one, real quick, just in a very different type of development, working on a housing study for one of your communities, one of your counties here in Appalachia, that wants to find a way to attract large-scale new residential development like subdivisions. And in that case, it's a very different type of process. It's something that's much more about their local control to identify sites, to document them appropriately, to smooth out and round out their permitting and approval processes, all of those speed bumps that can represent that resistance, and then layering in philosophically the ability to talk about CRA, property tax exemptions or abatements, and or utilizing things like tax increment financing to offset infrastructure costs. But there's a whole plan that was developed around how a community can position itself to take advantage of changing market conditions and or trying to change market conditions. So again, I don't monopolize the conversation. We can go into a lot of detail on any of those, but the tools are out there. Get your mind right around how to use them, build out your toolbox, and then each situation is a little different.
Each situation is different, but let's use even, for example, the East Liverpool example. you know, some of that can get incredibly intimidating when we start talking about, okay, you can go after this, 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 and this, you know, and you talk about layering and multiplying. What is that first step, though, for the community to get behind even conceptualizing the plan to move forward?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a number of ways to get off of go. I think it never hurts when you have identified or cultivated that local or non-local developer who has some experience, some wherewithal, and a little bit of capacity to take on a complex project. You know, like in the absence of that, it's really, really difficult for a small rural community with limited personnel, budget, staff, and capacity to take on a complex redevelopment project, right? So you need to find that guy, that person, that whomever, that can kind of play that role. And you need some relationship with them to understand, you know, how credible they are, how much they're willing to put into the equation, what kind of risk can they take on, what capacity do they have financially. And then it's about taking stock, again, of what you have to work with locally. In that case, the community, they had a CIC, they had a facade improvement program and some local funding that they could chip into the equation as well. And they also had a really good person within the local development office who had a background in architecture, who worked with the architect working the project. And that's the next thing, is like, you got to really understand what gaps you're trying to fill and fix. You know, I say this a lot of like infrastructure projects we do on my other side of my work. It's like, we need a new interchange up there because the traffic's really bad. Well, that's a problem, right? You can't fund a problem. Have you got it pre-engineered with real cost estimates and construction timelines and all those things? That's a plan. You can fund a plan. And in the case of that project, they had a plan. They'd really dug in and really understood what the true cost of realizing this and unlocking the potential of this building. And that lends itself to a number of things. Number one, you go to apply for money, you know how much you need to apply for, but it also speaks to credibility. Because the people in Columbus or Washington, whomever who deal out grant funds, they're used to people coming with their hand out, right? And it's real easy for them to sort out applications or requests that are serious and that have been well thought out, and ones that have huge gaping holes in them, like a block of Swiss cheese, where they don't have a plan, they don't have local match, they don't have local equity, they don't have that local credibility. And so those would be the first fundamental couple steps. Make sure you've got a good partner. Develop a good plan that's well thought out, identify your local equity and match, and then kind of the world's your oyster. You dramatically increase the likelihood of having success in chasing any of those other alphabet soup of development programs and grants and credits and that sort of thing.
Any tips while we're on this also? You were talking about the philosophy and foundation. Any tips for those out there who say, okay, well, we have some philosophical debates within our community or between city and county? Any advice you can give them on how to build consensus around philosophy?
You know, it used to be this chicken and the egg type of thing around housing. And again, I've spent most of my career in a rural community that was starting to have some industrial development and having some revitalization and growth. And it always was be like, well, if we get the jobs, then, you know, the people and the housing will come, right? Well, in many places, that's kind of been flipped on its head. And if you want to attract a big new employer to anywhere in the state, but maybe especially in a developing economy in a region that hasn't grown a lot recently, I mean, it's easy to talk about where we can get water and sewer and do a tax abatement, and here's our certified site, right? And then they start asking tough questions about where are our people going to come from. And to me, if anything, if you can drive that point home, people need to understand that that rooftop equals a job, or two, or three, and that if you're not attacking both fronts, it's not a chicken and the egg, it's not a but for, it's a both and. And if you can't rally around that, you're not going to be successful in your economic development efforts, and you're not going to be successful in trying to grow your residential, your housing market.
Good points, good points. And also to that point, you know, let's continue to keep all of this, conversation, and other panelists, I see some smirks and some smiles and some little thought bubbles coming up above your head. So feel free to interject, into one another's conversations as well. And then I just, of course, also want to remind all of you to submit your questions. I see a few coming in right now, so we'll certainly get those here in just a moment. But you were talking about, injecting revitalization into communities, and so I want to shift over to DJ here for a moment. It really is uncanny to me how fast growth markets and how urban center housing issues, they sometimes appear to differ from, but then also it's amazing how they parallel to our rural challenges. Perhaps you could use maybe the Central Ohio market and your Rio Grande model to demonstrate this and how you've been successful, albeit a bit unorthodox at times, in developing some new housing stock in the Appalachian region.
Sure, great question. Well, developing in the village of Rio Grande it's a lot easier than developing in Columbus, Ohio. Now, we still have a lot of the same issues that we have in Columbus, coming out of COVID, the availability of materials, very high costs. But in the village of Rio Grande, it's so much easier to work with the local village authorities, other partners in the village, University of Rio Grande, business partners in the area such as Holter Health, Ohio Valley Bank. A big one is Nucor Steel now coming into play. But the biggest market differentiator, and the reason that we decided to deploy our capital in the village of Rio Grande, outside of some other non-economic reasons, is because it's a lot easier to build. It's a lot quicker to build, and time is money. We're able to accomplish building-wise in 1/10 the time it would take to do in Columbus. If you kind of look at the map up there, we started the initiative, which we called Renew Rio, in May of 2021. The initiative was hatched over dinner on a Saturday night between my partner and these endeavors and a friend of his who is involved with the University of Rio Grande. It simply started as, man, there's the same trailers, the same old houses, the same blighted properties coming into town today that they were here 15 years ago when I went to school. What can we do about it? Can we do anything about it? And that was on a Saturday. On a Monday, I was sitting across from my partner, and he had 10 sheets of paper. He said, we're going to buy these 10 properties, and we're going to do the right thing with them. Whatever that is, that's up to you if you want to do this, DJ, if you want to do this. And I said, sure, how long will it take? He's like, I don't know, 6 months, 9 months. Well, that was 3 years ago. And what started out as Renew Rio, which was, again, just to, pick some properties and tear down old trailers, tear down houses that were almost falling down themselves, and build back new houses, renovate some of the houses, tear down trailers, and do a pocket park. We've donated residual land to the village for a community garden, for some other land for a flagpole park. We found during the process, people were asking us, well, when are you going to do when are you going to build your next new house? We want to rent. We want to buy. And maybe I should have hired Ryan Scribner's company at the beginning, because we had no plan. It was simply, let's do some good and, see where it takes us.
It's not too late. We can talk after this.
We'll talk after this.
I do appreciate that you took a holistic approach to it and looked at everything, because I think that's important and often overlooked. Is there's other amenities you need in a community. There's housing, but you also need food and places to be and green space and all of that. So it's really
thank you.
Exciting to see you taking that approach.
Yeah. The next phase, if you will, just kind of a natural progression. We had land left over from some of the acquisitions. And, again, people were asking us if we were going to build more houses, and kind of looked at each other and said, well, let's build on the land that we had. And one of the projects that we acquired was property that were 7 platted lots that had been platted for about 10 years and no one built on them. And then we had some other land that was next to other properties. So over the next year and a half, we built 10 brand new single-family homes. And they started becoming available right about when the interest rates started to spike. Original plan was to sell them. We had 10, 15 people on a list asking if we would rent them. So we decided to rent them, and they were all rented before they were finished. You know, to your point, Sean, about at that point in this process, we said, well, you know, maybe there's some more here. Oh, they cut off my mic. I'm back. So, you know, we started looking at this, and my partner looked at it kind of on a grand scheme, like you said, and it's more than real estate. It's programming, aesthetics, visible change, and commerce. I mean, the people that were renting and are now buying are people that have been looking. I've heard the story 20 times. You know, we wanted to come back to the village. We wanted to live here. We lived here 20 years ago. Or, you know, my husband is a doctor. I'm a doctor. We're both doctors, and we were offered jobs at Holzer Health, and we can't find any place to live. So, you know, the fact that we were able to have people wanting to rent and to buy from us right out of the gate was, you know, just spectacular. But it was still like, you know, I'd rather be lucky than good is what it was. We did not do any market studies. We did not, you know, stare at facts and figures. And it's simply because, you know, we didn't need to, and that's abnormal. I mean, we didn't suffer from paralysis by analysis. We were able to pull the trigger and look at something for literally like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and say, okay, let's go this way with it. You know, the other thing that's we've been really blessed with is the fact that the village itself has and always has had really great programming. It's the home of what? What's Rio Grande famous for? Bob Evans Farm. So there's a lot of events revolving around Bob Evans, but you know, the village, the mayor, and all the other folks in the village have done a great job of putting stuff together, different festivals and you know, markets and so on and so forth. We realized how important aesthetics was, just the fact that we were tearing down some older buildings and building newer style homes. More, you know, we went with like a modern farmhouse theme, if you will. You know, it kind of seemed to fit in with the area. Picture up there, you know, the top picture is, you know, what it started out as. You can't see behind the trees, but there were 4 old dilapidated trailers, and that's just right as you're driving into the village. I know Ryan was there recently and had a chance to look at this, but when you come in now, you see a nice new home, and those flags are lit up at night. And during the Christmas season, we purchased lights, so that center flagpole becomes a big Christmas tree. And you know, they've always had great Christmas programming, but now they have a nice big kind of focal center point to kind of rally around. It's another picture of a house that, you know, as much as I would like to keep every house that we purchased, some of them were just too bad, as we mentioned on the first panel. So we were able to tear that down and build that house right there. Another example there. If you can go to the next one. This is the only home that we were able to rehab out of the 10 that we initially built. And it sits on a beautiful piece of property, but we were able to take it from what was up on the top and build this home, renovate this home, and we reclad it in kind of a modern farmhouse style. But yeah, I mean, it just looks great. There's another one. That one hasn't been, so that structure was immediately demolished 2 days after we closed. It was, again, coming right into town, and it was, I think, 2 days before graduation, so we wanted to get it down. But this fall, we're hoping to build that gazebo on the bottom there. And then, we talk about a cascade factor. It was just awesome to see, shortly after we started, other people in the village that owned property recladding it, putting new roofs on it, building new homes. A new home hadn't been built in the village for 10 years, I think. And you know, stuff that I certainly can't take any credit for, but it's just awesome to see is the university, it's a 185-bed Trinity Hall, a new dorm for the University of Rio Grande. And you know you're doing something good when you get a Taco Bell. They opened a Taco Bell about a year ago. But I mean, it's just been great. It's kind of, you know, a mental palate cleanse working in a place like the village of Rio Grande where you're not, you know, the evil developer coming into town. You're actually, you know, people like what you're doing and like to see you. And I know that the mayor of the village, Matt Easter, has been involved with applying for some grants, and they have a lot of great ideas to do some really awesome things with the grant money should they be awarded it. That's another project that somebody bought it's an old automotive shop, and a husband and wife are converting it into a restaurant. Yeah. Some next phase projects, there's an old school in the village, there's an old apartment in the village, and you know, we'd love to roll into those and be able to renovate those the same way we've renovated some of the old houses in town. And you know, we're fully self-funded. You know, we don't go to the next project until we sell the previous project or we have the capital to do the next project. So again, another reason why I should probably talk to Ryan after this. Yeah, that's it.
So back to the Taco Bell for a moment. Yeah, I understand we're standing between them and lunch, and my tummy's telling me that. But seriously, a Taco Bell is of course a necessity in any college town, and Rio is of course a college town. How instrumental or how closely have you been working with the institution on developing your plans?
The institution of the village or the...
I'm sorry, the university.
Oh, sure. Well, my partner is very good friends with folks at the university. He attended the university. So, you know, there hasn't been, you know, a close collaboration as to, you know, well, you know, the university wants this, so you should do this. It's been more of an overall support, you know, anything the university can do to help. I'm glad you said that because it just reminded me of something. So one of the things that my partner came up with was this Grand Pass. He calls it a Grand Pass. And so we're offering to anybody that rented with us this Grand Pass, which included a parking pass for the university, access to university's weight room and pool, tickets to university sporting events to kind of help try to, you know, ingratiate people that were coming from out of town to the university. And you know, people just absolutely loved it, and the university was just awesome in helping us put all that together.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and just again that integration, that collaboration, that's what it takes. One of the questions that popped up on the monitor here is, what if a community wanted to duplicate or replicate Renew Rio? What would be the first step in duplicating that model?
Well, you know, the village of Rio Grande benefited greatly from the fact that, you know, my partner had strong ties there and has family that has lived in Gallia County for, you know, generations. So he is a true champion of the area. He wants to see that area, you know, continue to evolve in a positive way. You know, he lived there and grew up there when it was going through its, you know, darkest days. You know, maybe, you know, it was stagnant. And this is really nice to see. So I guess to answer the question, you know, try to find a champion, somebody that can get behind this, a cheerleader, number one, number two, someone that has the financial wherewithal to maybe help. You don't have to start with 10 projects. You can start with one project. And, you know, I'd be happy to talk to anybody interested to kind of, you know, tell you what we've gone through and how we got to where we are.
Well, thank you so much. And I see quite a few of the questions popping up here, and I know some of you may be addressing some of these questions here. So I'm going to shift over to Tiffany here for a moment. So, you know, one thing I have to say, Tiffany, I've always admired in you is really your eagerness to learn from other subject matter experts because, you know, quite frankly, housing availability, housing attainability, that's really become kind of a newer component of your greater economic development work plan in the Coshocton area. And for those of you who don't know, let me just express that Tiffany has also been overseeing and implementing a rather comprehensive plan in the wake of the closure of her area's major employer, the AEP Conesville Power Plant. So how exactly, Tiffany, are you managing all of this? You know, everything from new services and tools necessary to wrapping your mind around, you know, what are the housing demands and needs that are coming in line with the resiliency efforts and with the growth efforts that you're spearheading?
Well, I told Vicki that I would do this panel as long as I had the ability to be very transparent and really quite vulnerable in this conversation. And part of that includes that we are a small economic development office. You know, there are 3 of us there. 1 is an office manager, 2 that are actively doing economic development. And a part of what we're doing has seemed so reactive for years and just, okay, quick, let's hurry up and solve this issue. But in the process of solving that issue, you're overturning 2 or 3 more things that need to be solved. And so we kind of stepped back for a minute and said, we really need to figure out how to be proactive in some of these solutions. And we're really fortunate in this room, and especially on this stage today, to be surrounded by people that are willing to help offices like ours. And so we are managing, but we're managing by asking a lot of questions and making sure that we're in the pathway of people that can give us some great advice. They're willing to share best practices with us. You know, we sometimes ask ridiculous questions and are told no, but sometimes we land on yes. And we found ourselves in multiple situations through partnerships really with Omega, Ohio Southeast, Jobs Ohio, the Voinovich School, and getting some great technical assistance and planning work done for our community so that we could be more proactive. So we are managing, but part of what we're trying to do right now is really engage in those partnerships, make sure that we're looking at those technical assistance and planning documents and make sure that the right people are seeing those. And then are also kind of spreading our message as well. So a big part of that is building personal relationships and bringing the right people to the table. You know, the last time that I purchased a home was 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, things looked a lot different. And one of the things that we've kind of recently done is bring people to the table that are looking for their retirement home, bring people to the table that are, you know, 21, 22 and are buying their first home, and understand the difficulties in our market right now with that so that we can document that well, share it, and make sure that we're doing those proactive things. And so I think for us, a big part of managing this means that we're gaining experience from other people's best practices.
No, that's a really good point. You were mentioning having the right people at the table. Who does need to be at the table that maybe is not there already?
Yeah.
What can you share with the crowd here?
So, you know, for us, I think a big part of that was we do have a land bank in our community, and kind of sitting back and understanding how can we use some of these tools. We are a newer land bank, I think 4, maybe 5 years old, and we had to dive in as a community and understand kind of the resources that were brought to the table by having a land bank and making sure that we all understood that, but then also, you know, sharing that with our community so that the community didn't misunderstand what we were doing in the next few years following that. A part of that is working with consultants such as the Montrose Group to help educate our local leaders too on all of those tools in the toolbox. You know, sometimes they may be a little more aware of like tax abatements in the form of enterprise zone, but how can you utilize a CRA? Why are TIFs so important when you're building homes? And a developer, like you said, it's about return on investment. Well, infrastructure is such a huge piece of that. So how can we utilize TIFs? How can we do our JEDs to have a project fund component so that we have match dollars, so that when we're building out that infrastructure, we have our match dollars to pull into the conversation. You know, in a close-knit community like ours, I think sometimes our local leaders get tired of hearing from me, right? So I bring other people to the table that are subject matter experts in that and say, hey, if you're tired of hearing me say this, let's talk to somebody else and they can tell you how important it is, and also how important it is that it's worked in other communities as well. But I do think having our local leaders at the table, our local foundations, we don't know what we don't know. And so bring people, ask those questions, and if they're willing to share their stories, then all of a sudden you're starting to hear, I've been searching for a home for a year and I can't get into it because it's off the market in 2 days. I don't have the money to buy a house that's 50 years old because I'm worried about having to put the roof on it the next year. And when you start to put a face to those conversations, all of a sudden people start to pay attention.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Humanizing all of it.
Yeah.
It's just not about the numbers. It's not always about the data. It's about humanizing things. And, one of the things I also want to applaud Tiffany and what I'm going to call Team Coshocton on is recently it was the county, the city, the villages, the chamber, the port, your tourism team, you all came together and recognized your need to really coalesce around a brand as one Coshocton. So can you elaborate at all on that alliance and then also that strategic direction? What led you to making that decision as an organization, as a team, and then how's that going to impact you all moving forward?
Yeah, I think in pockets, we were all doing a really great job of being cheerleaders for our own organizations, but our messaging kind of differed just slightly. I don't think that it worked against each other necessarily, but we really had some phenomenal opportunities that were up and coming with some new building developments, with our Coshocton Foundation, some investments there with some Appalachian Community Grant dollars. And as we're designing these, we're realizing we really have kind of a confusing message that we're putting out. Our logos aren't concise, and we should maybe be branding our community a little bit better and understanding that. And so we did sit down and had kind of a series of stakeholder engagement meetings to understand, what it was that message should sound like to our local community, but also afar. What's engaging and getting people to come into our community. And so very thankful for Ohio Southeast and Omega, and I think EDA actually was a participant in that as well, in helping us understand that process, the importance of it, and now we're kind of fine-tuning that final logo that's going to be adhered to a lot of our messaging and our buildings as well.
Yeah, I think that's important to recognize all of those team members coming together and making those decisions to move a community forward. One of the questions that popped up here is, and this is for any of you, do you think it's more important to improve the current housing stock or to expand new housing opportunities, or both?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely both. There's a need for housing.
Yeah.
There's the 2024 housing needs assessment was released by Ohio Housing Finance Agency, and I think it referenced 270,000 units are needed. Just affordable units are needed in the state. That's not including all the other housing. So we do need to create new housing, but we also need to support the existing housing. And there's a lot of emergency home repair type programs and things like that can help those those households that need that. So yes, both for sure.
Yeah, I would agree. We've got some fantastic local partners that are already doing a great job in kind of seeking out some, existing homes in our community that may be flipped. They're doing a great job. We want to continue to be very engaged with them. But at the same time, our housing market analysis did show that I believe it was over 55% of our housing stock throughout the entire county was 50 years old. And sometimes if it's 50 years old and it hasn't been properly maintained for 25 years, you can't save that. And we started to realize that we needed to utilize some of the ODOD programming that was available, building demo site revitalization dollars, to be strategic in the sites that we were selecting, and sometimes maybe bunching those together so that we could entice greater new development to those areas as well. So it's definitely a mixed need.
I love that you approached it with data. You started to really understand what you do and don't have. I think understanding the age of your housing stock, the availability of it, contrasting that with the demographics in your community, what your people can afford, which has been a shifting, moving thing with interest rates, right? That, to me, understanding those dynamics really helps you understand the answer to the question, like, should we focus on new redevelopment, because you get different product that comes out of those. Some of it is going to be more affordable than others. You know, to build a single family home right now and to be able to afford it with these interest rates, your market shrinks pretty quick of potential buyers, right? That's why a lot of them are renting probably.
Right.
Yeah, so anyway, great job, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Makes good sense, and that actually leads, I think, also into some one of the next questions that it looks like it's popped up a few times. So this is on several people's minds, and it involves regional planning. So with higher rural-urban migration and new investment projects in Central Ohio, like Intel and Honda, for example, how do you project the state of rural housing, and how much is effective regional planning needed in this moment?
Nobody wants to jump on that one, huh? So we actually just had an event in Coshocton County where we brought Betsy Goldstein Consulting in to kind of talk to us a little bit about the impacts on regions with mega projects. And, I kind of followed her presentations over the last few months, but really thought that messaging needs to go out community-wide. So that we can really kind of prepare a community and find out who our local players may be. And that was very engaging. But one of the things that she said to us that I thought stopped me in my tracks, feels like sometimes when you say the word affordable, all of a sudden the room shuts down. Everybody's like, okay, don't make eye contact. We don't want to talk about this. She utilized the word attainable. And the feel was completely different. And so that's going to be my new key word, I think, attainable housing, because attainable means a lot of things to a lot of people. And then trying to structure our need around that. But it was kind of fantastic to bring her into our community, somebody that was a subject matter expert on what that has done throughout the nation in different mega project areas and what we could potentially expect.
And how it is driving into our region in eastern and southeastern Ohio.
And this is a kind of off topic, but to the point of the language we use when we're talking about housing, that is something like affordable housing. People have an idea of that already. They have their beliefs. I've been to communities, not in Appalachian, but been to communities where they're like, oh, we don't want homeless people. And I'm like, well, affordable housing isn't for homeless people. There's some guidelines here, and like your school teachers make enough to be in affordable housing. So you're starting to hear attainable or workforce housing, which is affordable housing, but that makes everyone much more comfortable when you're talking about it. The same with the different types of buildings. So you hear manufactured homes. Again, a lot of people think we're building trailer parks. Like, that's just not the case anymore. Manufactured homes can look like anything. They can fit in with the existing architecture. So I would say consider that when you're trying to build consensus, is the language you're using and educating people on what those things are.
And I'm just going to add to that too, real quick, and that when you talk about the word attainable and you start to put those names to the story, and all of a sudden you're explaining that, but this is the 300 workers potentially that are at this company. And if their housing is not attainable anymore, you don't have workers. And guess what? Now we're talking about an entirely different topic of retaining a huge industry in our community.
I would agree wholeheartedly with kind of like making it personal, and I'll make it personal right now and tell an anecdote that I used locally when we had some resistance in our community to affordable, attainable workforce, whatever you want to call it, housing. And it's the same stigma. Well, we don't want the crime, we don't want drugs, we don't want this, that, and the other. And I said, maybe this was a bad example. I said, when I first got married, and I'm from Lawrence County originally. If I talk long enough, you'll hear it in my voice. My wife and I were both in college going to Marshall. We had almost no money. We probably shouldn't have even been married. We had no business trying to live, But our first home was a low-income, government-subsidized apartment down in Chesapeake, right on the river. And guess what? We weren't dealing drugs or committing crime. And we had 4 other couples, newlywed young couples, all college students, all living there, young professionals. And that, to me, like when you run into this, I know there's a common theme in Appalachia that, like, brain drain. Our kids, they get out of school and they leave and they don't come back. And, you need to provide young couples, young professionals, people who are just starting out with an opportunity to put their roots down. And if that doesn't tug on the heartstrings of people and policymakers who might be resistant to affordable housing, I don't know what would.
You know, in regards to that, we've got at our local career center over 63% of all of the county's juniors in high school are attending our career center. And we know that those students are more apt to take opportunities to stay local. And we've worked really hard to make sure that they're educated on what those opportunities are to stay local. Listen, I've got a 19 and 21-year-old. I love them dearly. I don't want them to live with me forever. And they need to have a place to go. And if they don't, they're going to leave. They're going to go someplace that does. And so that's part of making this personal and telling that story. And all of a sudden you start to build consensus, because it's not just personal to me, it's personal to city councilmen and commissioners as well.
Well, I think that's also in direct response to the conversation up here. One of the questions that has been elevated is, so how do we keep some of those low-rent, low-cost homes available to buy? And then also, what about senior housing? What is the solution there?
I'm not going to say it's a solution, but I actually loved what Mayor Mason said earlier on the first panel about when you're revitalizing these structures, they need to be owner-occupied for 5 years. I wrote that down in big letters on my notepad because I think that that's a fantastic idea to make sure that it doesn't slip into essentially an investment property from someone managing it afar. I think that those are great opportunities, but we have found that sometimes the decline in maintenance on some of our properties are because the investor's sitting out of state and hasn't seen it in years.
I believe you get what you plan for. And back to the notion of being reactive versus proactive. You know, communities that take the time to think through the question, you know, how do we carve out space for this, that, and the, it's land use planning, it's strategy, it's understanding your market and your demographics, your conditions, it's utilizing those tools in the toolbox, you know, to support those different types of housing across the whole spectrum. Like, when you develop a plan, when you think through this logically and put data in your favor, and sprinkle in the anecdotes or in the making it personal or whatever, that's how you get the outcome that you want versus just seeing what happens and responding to the next thing that might pop up.
And, you know, one of the, I don't think we can talk housing without talking transportation. And to the point here of another question that popped up. So with the lack of mass transit systems and without shared transportation infrastructure, how much is that vital for housing in rural Ohio? So again, how vital are transportation infrastructure, transit systems, et cetera, to housing?
I can't speak to the other transit types, but I know that it's very important to the people that are renting and buying our homes, the proximity to the freeway and how close it is or how easy it is for them to get to work. Whether it be somebody that's renting or buying that works at Holzer, or we have a couple people that are construction managers for the Nucor project that their employers are actually paying the rent for them because they couldn't find any homes to. I mean, they weren't going to take the job. In one case, because the husband's wife she didn't like any of the places that were available. So the reason they took the job to do this project was because they found a nice place that was very easy. It's a 15, 20-minute drive. So just ease of transportation is important.
Absolutely. And Sean, there was a bipartisan group of state senators recently that released the results of a rather comprehensive review of housing conditions and issues in a report called Housing Reimagined, Building a Solid Foundation for Ohio's Future. And if any of you haven't downloaded a copy of that, I recommend you do so. But the report basically, it makes 23 recommendations as a comprehensive suite of solutions to really improve the availability, the affordability, the accessibility of housing. So that said, Sean, any updates from your front on those Ohio Senate recommendations? Let's start there first.
Yeah, so last year, I think intel really prompted this, that yes, housing is a humanitarian issue, but once it became an economic development issue, then it became a real problem. Everyone started paying attention then. So last year they created 2 programs that were unlike other programs they've offered. So generally they were doing affordable multifamily apartment complexes. This past year they created the Welcome Home Ohio Fund, which is eligible for new construction and renovation of existing homes, and land banks are lead applicants on those. So that funding is set to, you have to occupy the house for 5 years. And to the affordability question of like maintaining that affordability, any funder is gonna help you maintain that affordability because they're just gonna put rules to make sure it is. And like Welcome Home has a 20-year affordability period, so it has to be affordable housing for 20 years. There's a number of ways you could maintain affordability. There's land trust is a model that they use in Columbus quite a bit. So that's one of the programs, and it is creating affordable home ownership, not just rental units. It's getting people ready to live their life. And it is, again, the teachers and the nurses who are getting these homes. The other program is the single family tax credit, which is another affordable home ownership opportunity. Ohio Housing Finance Agency is managing that. Again, similar restrictions on the affordability period. And while Welcome Home covers 80% AMI and below, the single family tax credit covers 80 to 120%, because everyone is, you're starting to see that shift with a lot of grants where they're moving it to 120%, because again, that is still not a ton of money. And the way that the housing market has been, if you can find a house, it's gonna be crazy expensive. So it's great that they're putting forth these programs. But out of that committee, they also had a number of other recommendations, and they traveled around the state to, I think, 6 regions and heard from those communities about what was going on. And I would imagine anyone that's dealt with housing has probably had these complaints. It's zoning restrictions for infill housing in urban areas. Funding is always an issue. The restrictions they put on the funding often become very cumbersome. So there was a lot of recommendations given, and of course they came up with 23, and there's been, I think as of last week, there was like 7 bills that came directly out of that for specifically zoning reform and creating a state housing grant that would be long-term funded for housing-specific projects. So it's exciting that they're looking at this, and it was a Senate Select Committee. They did make that a standing committee now. So everyone's starting to pay attention to housing, including the legislature, which has been very good to see.
And while you have the microphone, so of course, as our resident land bank authority, are there a couple of case studies or exemplars that you can share with us relative to how land banks have recently been implementing housing rehab programs or have attracted developers and individual homeowners?
Yeah, so there's 100 case studies, and I'm more than happy to talk to anyone after, but I'll do 2. And one is a very simple one, and it was very effective, and pretty much any community can do it, and it is called the Deed and Escrow Program. So land banks acquire properties through tax foreclosure. They're generally in hoard shape. They've been vacant for a decade. Land bank acquires that property for a very low cost because it's through the tax foreclosure process. And we work with buyers to buy the home at a crazy reduced price. So Trumbull County, our average house sale was $3,500. And then we would hold title to the property. So they didn't have to be concerned with taxes or anything. Like, their sole focus is to renovate this property. They're doing it themselves. So we hold title, we do inspections, we provide resources to them. We could give them tools, we could, connect them to grants that were available. A lot of land banks use this method because it is a no-cost method to get housing dealt with. And a lot of those programs, land banks will say you have to live in the property for 3 years as a restrictive covenant because of the the discounted price that they're getting. So in Trumbull County, in the 10 years, we had 550 houses that were renovated through that process. There's 200 down in Montgomery County. Like, land banks use this, and it is, again, just a very easy system. And kind of stolen from Habitat because they have the sweat equity concept into their builds. So that's been a very effective model. It's worked for many years. And the other one I will mention is the Community Land Trust in Franklin County. So the county land bank they created a land trust, and it was to maintain long-term affordability because they saw the problems in Columbus. One, no one can get a house in Columbus, and if you do, it is like $350,000, I think, is the median sale price there. So that they can keep that affordability for 100 years. So they go into a 100-year land lease, but they can also, they do an equity sharing model where individuals come in, the land bank owns the land, person's buying the house, they reduce the overall cost of the house based on the buyer. So it is adjusted to the buyer's income. And then everyone always says, well, if they own the land, when they sell the house, how does anyone get equity? So they created an equity split model where they have to pay some portion of that subsidy back, but then they get to keep, I think it was 75% of the equity that was left in the property at the time of their sale. So that is a very strong way to make sure a property stays affordable because they were concerned about the investors coming in. Okay, 20 years affordability period, that's a long time. But after that sale, it is gone. It's not affordable anymore. So that is a creative way that they have used to create additional housing and affordable housing, attainable housing.
Very good, thank you. Let's go with a speed round here to get through some of these questions because the people are burning up the old cyber world here. So, okay. Oh, that's a biggie. What can be done to reduce the cost of housing? Wowza. Cost of materials, technology, workforce, land price, taxes, or any other factors? Who wants to tackle that one in this speed round?
A little bit. So there are some things that communities are looking at, like pre-approved housing plans that reduce the overall time and money that would go in because these would be house models that would already have been through the zoning process and all of that. Another way is looking at different building types, like not just stick-built. We've had land banks use SIP panels, structural insulated panels. One community built 10 houses because they were looking at, okay, we need to find a way to build this affordably, but also long-term, that's creating additional affordability for the home buyer because it reduces your utility costs so much that they were seeing a $1,500 a year savings on just utility bills. And that process costs them less and took significantly less time. So just exploring those, I mean, 3D printing is kind of happening. I think Athens is doing a concrete coffee shop or something.
When I think that also feeds into, you were talking about 3D printing and stuff, but let's also talk then about here's a question about construction professionals in Appalachia, and the need is, of course, driving up some cost. Any examples of some successful local trade or construction business development programs? I was thinking of the innovation, et cetera, there within 3D printing and such. Tiffany, I know in Coshocton, of course, you had mentioned, 63% of the junior students that are juniors.
Yeah, and there's a really robust building trades program that in the past had worked with Habitat for Humanity houses, but they are certainly learning on the job site and kind of able to use those skills then to assist some of our local contractors through internships, which is overall, I think, likely to drive some costs down as well. So yeah, definitely check in with your building trades Career Center students and instructors to see if they can be useful in some of these.
Yeah, in Trumbull County, we actually used to give our trades a house every year, and they would act as if they were a contractor, so they would write up a bid for us, and they would get that experience, and then they would renovate the house. The school didn't really want to deal with it, so they would put their bid together. We would pay them as if they were a contractor, and then we would deal with selling the house. And it was a really effective model. They did 2 a year and always worked well.
Sure, and in one of our communities that we're working, Belmont community, we have Belmont College, and we've been working with the EDA. Several $1 million now are being applied toward advancing their advanced construction trades program and building out a new facility. So that's going to be, we're anticipating about 250 to 280 graduates per year out of that program. So that's going to be a nice infusion as well. What advice do you have for a smaller community to attract a builder or developer to even just begin looking at the community? And should the community acquire sites as a kicker? I saw you set up nice and tall on this one, Ryan.
So I think for a smaller community that aspires to attract that outside developer, I think for those of you who work in economic development, you'll get this. I think you need to attack it and approach it the same way we would with like a competitive manufacturing prospect. Like, it's not enough to say, oh yeah, we've got a great place for residential development on the side of town, and I think it's got water, and I saw some power lines down the street, and it's in the township, but the city would probably be willing to annex it, maybe, right? Like, if you're listening to that from coming out of Columbus or wherever else, does that sound viable? Does that sound like a path of least resistance? It sounds risky and uncertain and ambiguous. And I think to go through a process to think about the physically what you have to work with and to document a site appropriately. You know, what are the utilities? What are the capacities? What is their availability? What's their cost and timeline to extend them, right? What does your permitting look like? If you have to do annexation, do you have an annexation agreement between the township and the city that can expedite it and take some of the drama and fighting off the table when it comes time to do that sort of thing? Do you understand what is happening in your market? I know in Gallia County, they didn't have to look real far. They came up within a 45-minute drive time, hundreds of millions, if not billions, of new dollars in new economic development and tens of thousands of jobs potentially right under their nose that the non-local, casual, potential investor or developer isn't going to know about that. They're not going to find that out when they're looking at census data or something or a snapshot of the community. So like, get your sites documented, identified, build out your local toolbox, understand what your value proposition is, and then you got to go tell your story. I mean, there's a process and I think an approach and a strategy to try to like influence and attract investment in your community, but attack it like I said in a professional and thoughtful and strategic way. Don't just kind of hope it's going to happen.
And I think that's a great way to punctuate then the end of this particular panel. And hopefully we, of course, hopefully each of you, I should say, have taken note on some viable, actionable opportunities for your communities. I know I, for one, appreciate your time and attention. I know the panelists do, and panelists, we all appreciate you. So would you mind all giving them, showing them some appreciation? And I see Misty from the corner of my eye, and that is our cue.
Great. Thank you very much, all of you, for taking the time to present that wonderful session. I think we got to talk about that the rest of this afternoon, but we've got about 30 minutes to grab lunch and restart the program. So we're on a tight time schedule. To ensure that our next panel can finish lunch before they take the stage, let's pause and allow that rural workforce options speakers along with their technical staff in the back to go ahead and get in the line, because there's 2 buffet lines, one on each side, and they're double-sided, so we're trying to be quick. If you can get your lunch, get back in your seats. We'll start again at, let's see, 12:15, I think. The buffets are the same except for the lunch options for those with special dietary needs. They're located at the buffet on my right, your left. So over there at the very end, there's gluten-free and vegan meal options if you had requested that on your registration. So with that, enjoy lunch, and we're going to reconvene at 12:15. Thank you. Hello, y'all. I just wanted to let you know it's 12:10, so we're going to start in about 5 minutes. So grab round 2 if you need another sandwich or dessert and get a drink. We'll start again at 12:15. All right. Welcome back. Thank you all for your exuberance for this day. and for getting through the line as quick as you did. I know that's kind of that's a feat, but continue eating. Do what you need to do. We're going to just get this panel started. We've got a couple afternoon sessions, and I'm excited to introduce our increased rural workforce options discussion moderator, Ms. Stephanie Gilbert. She's the Transportation Planning Coordinator at Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission, and I will let her introduce her panelists, but please take a moment to welcome Stephanie and the rest of the panelists to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My mouth is still at lunch, sorry. All right, so we've been through 2 great sessions already, and I think if you guys noticed, I know I noticed, during both of those sessions, workforce came up. So now in this session, we are going to focus on workforce. So we're going to take a minute, and I'm going to let each of my panelists, if you guys would just introduce yourself, tell a little bit about what you do, and maybe just a snippet of the program that you have going on to address workforce issues, and then we'll take a deeper dive a little bit later on.
Sounds great. Thank you, Stephanie. I'm Julie Bolin. I'm the Executive Director of Ross County Community Action, and the mission of our organization is to help individuals and families achieve self-sufficiency. So the program, we offer many programs in the community, but the program I'm here to talk about today is the Southern Ohio Employer Resource Network that we have developed and implemented in partnership with OVRDC through an ARC Inspire grant.
Good afternoon. I'm Tasha Wary. I'm the Executive Director of Building Bridges to Careers. We are a nonprofit organization, an intermediary that works to bridge the gap between education and employment. And essentially, I'm here to talk to you about the importance of intermediaries.
My name is Sheila Vandergriff. I'm the Director of Development at Glen Bay. We are a substance use disorder treatment center located in Northeast Ohio, servicing essentially the entire top portion of Ohio. And we created a workforce development program for individuals in recovery who are trying to re-enter the workforce, and we call it the Earn, Learn, Live program.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kara Willis, and I have the opportunity to work with Ohio Southeast Economic Development. We are a Jobs Ohio network partner, and we serve 25 of the Appalachian counties in southern and southeastern Ohio. Specifically, I work as a regional talent manager and get the opportunity to work with a lot of great individuals at Jobs Ohio's Talent Acquisition Services program. It's a direct incentive program for companies to help with their attraction and retention needs.
All right, welcome, ladies, and we thank you guys very much for joining us. I know we've had some conversations, and I'm excited to hear what you guys have to say today. So what we're going to do is, rural solutions is the theme of today. So we're going to start off by talking about some of the problems addressing workforce right now, and then we're going to swing back through and talk about the solutions that this group of panelists is working on to correct those issues. So Karen, we're going to start with you.
Sure. So I think it's really important when we talk about how our companies, our businesses are affected by workforce or lack of workforce. I think it's really important to look at some numbers and really look at data. So from a high level, it's supply and demand, right? But when you break that down, it really involves everything that you've heard already today. So a lot of these factors that go into whether or not a company is able to attract a high volume of qualified talent, it really goes into local communities and what's available. So a little bit on that. One of the things that we work with companies on is really stepping up their attraction and retention game, because right now it's a tight market for those qualified applicants, for those qualified individuals to work for them. And there's several reasons, but one of the main reasons is there's really a misalignment of skills. So, we all know that historically our economy has been driven by heavy industrial coal mining, coal-fired power plants, and that rapidly and really went away very quickly. So we still have a pool of talented workers that are used to making a certain amount of salary, and they're choosing to commute outside of the region every day. In fact, 1 out of every 4 of our workforce is commuting outside of our region, our 25-county region, every day for work. And sometimes it's a 90-minute commute one way. We call those super commuters. So 1 out of every 4, but when you break it down even further to understand who these people are that are leaving, in the goods, just in the goods producing sector, which also has manufacturing in there, but 46.3% of our residents who are working in goods producing jobs commute outside of our region every day. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of, one, there's a lack of opportunity to make that same dollar, that same livable wage. 2, you're looking at, when you really break down and look at who is working, right, the labor force participation rate. So what does that look like? It's different in each county, but if you look at it as a region as a whole, our workforce participation rate is 54.9%. So that takes into account those individuals who are part of the workforce, who are choosing not to work for whatever reason. And that there's a lot of reasons that go into that. A lot of our partners here on the stage are addressing those issues. We heard about several of them this morning. Housing is a big issue. Childcare, transportation, just the lack of an opportunity close by within their community. So there's a lot of things that go into why it's difficult for companies to find that qualified talent for their positions.
Sheila?
So about 15 years ago, when I first started at Glen Bay, we had a system where individuals would come in for treatment. They would be very grateful for receiving that, and they were doing well along their path of recovery. They then would return and start working, usually at an entry-level position, and then they would receive their what we call a CDCA, which is the entry-level certification to assist counselors with patients who are at the facility. And then they would work their way up. Many of them went on, they got their associate degree in counseling, they then got their bachelor's, they got their LICDC, so all their certification to help other individuals who are seeking treatment. We have several who received their master's degrees. And probably about 7 years ago, we noticed that people weren't coming back. They weren't coming back and saying, they're still saying they want to give back, but they weren't coming back, and they weren't entering in those entry-level positions. So we started looking around and asking why, and we had several of our employees who had gone through this process and really looking at the deep core of what was going on. It's the barriers that are in Appalachia: transportation, housing, access to internet. Those 3 were the key. And we decided at that point that we wanted to make a change and help these individuals. If they were really committed to wanting to help other people get on the road to recovery further down, we wanted them to have that opportunity. So what we did is we renovated some housing that we had up in our Rock Creek facility. And then we had some individuals who expressed an interest, and we said what we're going to do is we're going to offer you the opportunity to, if you commit to the educational program, their choices were to start with the CDCA, or they could be a STNA, State Tested Nurse's Aide, or they could become a peer support person. We partnered and collaborated with several agencies, one down in Trumbull County that provides job workforce development opportunities. And we provided the housing, we provide the transportation, we provide the internet access. And to date, we've had 25 individuals. So we started August 1st of 2023. So we haven't even hit a year yet. We've already had 25 individuals who have started in the program, 12 who have graduated, who have obtained their certification, and it has made a significant impact.
That's really great. Tasha, what are you seeing?
So I come with the perspective of K-12. Building Bridges to Careers, our primary foundation is the student aspect of things. And, we've been working to bridge the gap between education and employment for 12 years now. And so the barriers that exist, a lot of them are, everything that we've talked about today, but they are all also starting to look a little bit different than they did, 12 years ago. Something that we're finding kind of like at a meta level, just recognizing the differences in the organizations that are all trying to work together in this. As an intermediary, one of those bridge spanning groups, we kind of live in the middle of everything. Just understanding that, each organization that's trying to grasp, wrap their arms around this issue runs differently. Remembering that your perspective is different than other people's perspectives. Schedules. I have a lot of folks that, we want to get into the schools, call up the schools and tell them we need to work with them. We got this program, get our kids in here. And it's like, well, do you realize it's May 12th? And in 1 week, these people are graduating, right? Nobody could pick up the phone right now to even talk to you. So just realizing, your lens is your lens, but remember, there's just so many other different things, scheduling, stop and think for a second. What or who controls your schedule? And then think about everybody sitting at your table. What and who controls their schedule? Just remembering some of these things as we try to work through all of this. Deeper level engagement is a little bit more difficult to do, but the deeper level engagement that you have with your partners is actually what leads to the understanding of the skills and expectations. Back to what Kara said about, a skills mismatch. But if we don't have that deeper level engagement from our employers, it's very difficult to truly know what they're expecting of the people to come to them. And then another one of the barriers is that students really experience gaps in between their aptitudes and their interests. There's a lot of ways in which to get data around this, and that's actually new. Building Bridges has been implementing programs without data for a long time, but now we have data that shows, it's very true that students may have, aptitudes or skills in a particular area, but they have no interest in it. And again, that goes back to that, what's available, in your backyard. A statistic that I have used, it's just a Tasha statistic. This doesn't exist anywhere, but I just kind of generally think that people who graduate from a particular school, about 60% of them are going to stay in the area. Well, what options are available to them, and do the people who have influence over that child know what those options are? Because if the people who have influence over that child don't know the options, it's highly likely that child doesn't know the options either. So just kind of a generalization of different issues that we have realized and barriers, in addition to all the ones that we talked about today. These are some of the things that we've realized we need to begin to overcome.
That's a really great thought, and not only getting to the kids, but getting to their parents and getting the parents involved. Julie?
Yes. So looking at barriers that we have to the workforce, one of the things we're really focusing on are barriers that employees have once they're on the job. And what are the barriers that they have to sustaining long-term successful employment? I know I've been involved with workforce programs, workforce development programs for close to 20 years. And the way that things have changed, where back in the maybe 10, 15 years ago, there would be a job opening, an employer would have 500 applicants to select from. Now you hear from employers that they're lucky if they get one applicant and lucky if they show up for the interview. So this is, obviously creating significant workforce issues in our region. So employers are accepting of engaging in more of what I would consider a second chance employment. So they are willing to hire people who might have criminal backgrounds, might have a history with substance use disorder, mental health, may have more barriers. And so it's important when we're looking at our workforce and how we're going to develop and build our workforce is providing support to individuals as they gain employment and they get on the job. And they have barriers, like we've heard all day and has already been addressed by everyone here on the panel. It's transportation, it's childcare, it's those work-life balance issues that we all face, and some have more barriers to achieve that work-life balance. Also addressing the benefit cliff, and that's a reality as we work with individuals to get into the workforce, is, more employers are increasing wages, which is a great thing. It's a great thing for our economy and for developing workforce, but then also many families are faced every day with the decision of, do I take this higher paying job and lose their health care benefits, for example, to be able to provide, prescriptions and health care for their family, housing subsidies, child care subsidies, food assistance, and that is a serious reality that we have. And many of these programs are income-based. So if people are choosing higher income wages to become more self-sufficient, they are also losing benefits that help support the family. So it's important that and one thing we're trying to do with our program is to address this benefit cliff and help people transition positively so they can be successful in employment and also provide for their families.
So our office has worked really close with you on this. So tell us a little bit how the Employer Resource Network addresses the issues that you just spoke about. And guys, feel free to jump in. I think this whole conference is about sharing ideas. So jump in as the conversation goes.
Yes, so we have worked with ERN USA to develop and implement an Southern Ohio Employer Resource Network. So it is the ERN, you'll hear it referred to as Employer Resource Network, is actually a national model that originated out of Michigan. It is now currently in 11 states, and in Ohio there are 6 ERNs. Our ERN is the only one providing services in the southeast region of the state. Nationwide, there's 150 employers who are engaged in the network. So the great thing is this is a proven model, and there's data to support that this works. And what the model basically is that employers form a network. They financially commit to helping to pay a salary for a success coach that then goes on site and works with the employees to help them access resources to overcome these barriers that we've already talked about. It's a model that's employer and business driven because the employers financially are committing to sustaining this program, and it also helps provide employees access and helps, ultimately the goal is to reduce turnover, absenteeism, and increase employee retention. So our model incorporates several currently different employers who are participating, and we are trying to grow this. Our program is specific right now to Ross, Jackson, and Benton counties, but has the opportunity to grow and engage more communities in the region. The success coach then does go on site to employer locations. They're available on site via text, phone, other virtual methods, and they're helping to address the needs like transportation, childcare, substance use, mental health, and helping them access those resources.
And Tasha, in the school-age children, what are you guys doing to help bridge that gap?
Well, I do want to also recognize what Kara said in that it's a very tight market right now. Workforce issues have been going on for a while, but it's really bad right now. Because as you mentioned, before you would get a lot of applications for any position, and now you may get one, and they may not be qualified. So in regards to your future workforce, which are the students that are currently in high school, there are actually quite a few things that can be done. Number one, over and over and over again, my mantra is include students in some way. It's very simple. Include students in some way. There are so many ways in which you can include students in the work that you do. Just today, we've heard a variety of things. One of the slides from an earlier panel was, we want to have pride in the future. Well, if you want your youth to have pride in their future too, include them in the things that you're doing. There's a lot of dollars that are coming to Southeast Ohio through ACGP and a wide variety of programs, actually. Because we're Appalachian, there's a lot of opportunities. Well, if we would include our high school students in a lot of those opportunities, they would see you taking pride in your area, and then they would also begin to have pride in their area. One prime example is Caldwell. So we heard from the folks from Caldwell and a lot of the different things that they're doing. Well, Noble Local, and I believe Caldwell Schools also had high school students intern to help them develop their Christmas show and their Christmas parade. And that's a very simple thing to do, and it seems more like they're just there for the labor, but they were also a part of the planning. They had participated in the event themselves. And so for them to be alongside of their own community members doing these kinds of things, those students now understand that there are people in the community that have pride in their community. And it's not a difficult thing to do. And for us, because we've been in this work for so long, it's extremely obvious about how you can include students, but it's not obvious to everyone else. So that's why we exist, as an intermediary, a bridge spanning organization, help figure out those things. We're not the only ones in Southeast Ohio. There's a wide variety of them around the region, and we're working with them too. And so if we aren't the ones that are local to you, we can connect you with folks local to you that can help make these connections. And the connections we're talking about are direct. They can be job shadowing, internships. There's a lot of different ways in which to get students involved in the work that you're doing. And you actually don't have to know how to do this. And so that's why people like us exist. You can either get a hold of us and we will help you ourselves, or we'll connect you to the people that are local to you. But in terms of figuring out what your barriers are, that's where our expertise has been grown over the last 10 to 12 years. Whatever your barriers are, we will help you, get to yes. You don't have to we can't be the needy ones. We are the ones that are trying to help you figure out all the ways, the problems, the liability, how do I get these kids here? And maybe the thing that you do is just extremely simple, like a speaker. Go in and stand, in front of kids at a school, or take a kid that is down the street from you. You don't even have to access kids through the school either. It can just be one of your neighbors or your friends' kids. But you've got to show them, what your work is like. I think that's the one thing that also, in regards to, teachers and educators and the people that have influence around students, we have to remember that they probably don't know what your job is like either. I mean, I was a 5th grade math and science teacher, and I did not have any clue what it looked like inside of some of our manufacturers. Now I do, because I've been there. There are so many ways in which what I was teaching connected to what was happening on that floor, but I just didn't know it. So that's another area in which we are, pursuing, trying to make a change, is helping teachers and understanding what their perception of their local economy is. That's something that we've been working on with Ohio Southeast. They have amazing data, and we have access to teachers. And so we're trying to bring those two things together to try to figure out how we can have more of an impact on the whole school culture and understanding their community too.
It's very interesting because of the piece that Tasha was talking about. Ohio Southeast has the data. They have the capacity to reach into each individual school system. We don't. We don't speak the same language that K-12 speaks. We speak industry language, which is one of the reasons why it's so difficult to bring the two together, because it's completely different terminology, completely different communication, all working towards the same goal, but trying to bring those two together. And with the data, I feel like Building Bridges to Careers is opening eyes in the local communities, because they're presenting information such as
Okay, who's hiring, right? Basic stuff that we would think most people know. How many companies are hiring? How many of your students are going on to work locally, or they're commuting out? Where are they commuting to? Are you retaining any of those students once they go to college? Are they coming back? That type of data is really important to your community because it makes up your community, right? So when you're a teacher, you don't have access to that. We take for granted a lot of the information that we have in economic development, but most people don't recognize or understand what's out there.
Yeah, and I would say also, speaking to the rural side of this conversation, small businesses have the same problem that small schools do. There's not enough people to do all the work that has to be done. Some of our small business, if you have under 20 people or even sometimes under 50 people, you don't have HR. You don't have people who can be the contact to one of your local schools. I realize that when you have a Honda and you have, a Columbus Public, they have people, and they're going, their entire job is just simply to go out and do the outreach. Well, that doesn't necessarily exist in our small schools and our small businesses. So, we need to be there for those smaller organizations so that we can provide the capacity, we can provide the people power to follow all the steps it takes to make these direct connections. There's two businesses that are on my board, and both of them, they're owners. The owners are actually the ones that are on our board. They're the ones that are reaching out to the kids. They're the ones that are reaching out to the schools. And so because they're willing, and we've built a relationship with them, we now know how and when and why and what direction to help kind of push kids into that, and we do it based on the student interest too, We want students to go where they would like to go, because that's only going to be better for you in the future if you have somebody who wants to work for you. But essentially, if you're not willing to come to the table and at least be a part of the conversation, you're going to miss out, because the students are going to get to know the people that come to the table to have a conversation. And when they know them, they're more likely to come back and then go to work for them.
Sheila, do you want to talk a little bit more about your program and how it's addressing the problems?
So compared to everybody else here, we are the non-traditional employee or the employee opportunity. So our organization works with individuals who are 18 years and older. Many of them are highly educated. We have engineers. We have people who are just, they reached a point in their life where they knew they had to make a change. They took that and they did it. And unfortunately, they have been marginalized along the way because of that, their previous history. They do turn out to be an excellent source of workers. We have developed, really our program is based on collaboration, because as a treatment center, we aren't an expert in providing education. So the first thing we did was reach out to a local agency, actually several of them, and we said, do you provide this service? And we did connect with one that is, again, in Trumbull County, and they provide really some of our initial individuals before this program started were going there to learn welding skills. And they successfully graduated and got jobs and went on, and they leave us, they move out, and that was the goal, that they become successful, self-sustaining, and move on. So when we decided to start this program, we did focus on the 3 areas that help treatment centers, because in Ashtabula County and in Trumbull County, there are multiple treatment centers. And each one of us were saying we really have a workforce problem. We don't have enough workers, especially in those entry-level positions. And we said, well, if we're going to start this program, would you commit with us that when these individuals graduate and receive their initial, either their CDCA or their initial training, that you would employ them? And they came on board and said, absolutely. So it was a collaboration from the beginning. It wasn't always for the benefit of our own organization. I think that's key to moving forward. It has been, as I said, very successful, and we hope to really replicated on a smaller scale down in Trumbull County. And the other goal is that we're going to go back and say it's not just for these specific jobs in healthcare. We want to expand back out and offer other opportunities as well. And in addition to that, the organization that we have been working with also offers life skills training, which is very, very important to anybody starting off, especially students. These individuals, they don't know how to do a checkbook. They don't know how to pay cash or make change. There's just so many things that we don't consider or that we do take for granted that they know how to do and they don't. So life skills is really important. The other thing this organization is going to help with is resume building. So we have individuals coming out who either have a very diverse background as far as many, many jobs, or again, they have been highly trained. We have a lot of chefs and individuals who come through who are in the food service business as well. But, you know, they're looking, they want to get back in and be successful. So I think it's really important that we look at expanding this as we move forward.
Kara, how is the work that Ohio Southeast is doing with data, how are you guys using that to help these people promote their workforce programs?
Wow, okay. At this point, I wish our research analyst was up here on the stage, but you know, in our region, I think it's very important to understand, right, where we are and to move forward. Every aspect of what Ohio Southeast does really is driven by data, right? So with Building Bridges to Careers, you know, one initiative we're currently working on is what we just talked about, working with K-12, really trying to get in and work with administration to what I thought was really cool was Jeremy on Building Bridges to Careers team is doing a little survey before presenting the data, right? To see, you know, to gauge what is it that school administration know about industry in their county and where their students are working and what skill sets are needed and what the demand is. And then after they present the data, now what have you learned, right? And so I think it's helping to open eyes. It's going to take a while. I mean, we have 25 counties. I don't even know how many school districts in 25 counties we have. We work a lot with our businesses and companies. We provide, you know, they're our partners too, right? So if you're going to move the needle in a community for your future pipeline, you have to have business at the table. Because how do they know what skill sets are needed, right? If your local manufacturing plant needs welders and they're using Lincoln welders and you're not training people on Lincoln welders, well, you've got a problem. Like, you should be talking. So those are some of the things that we help with. But with our companies, we're providing a lot of data in terms of wage analysis information. We know over the last year or two, minimum wage and median wage is going up. Companies want to stay competitive. What does that look like in each area? We do a lot of data when we're looking at potential expansions with companies and incentives, and what does the labor shed look like? What does the workforce look like? Do we have the skill sets here? Do we need to create a pipeline? Where does the investment need to go, right? So it's really driving a lot of the decisions from the economic development standpoint. But then we also get those partners that request information, whether, you know, this last year with all of the grant funding that's out there, we had several career centers that reach out and say, hey, listen, we need to understand the supply and demand. Are we supplying what our companies need? And if not, where's the gaps? So we really took a look at what schools, in what counties. We have the supply coming out. We focused on 7 different in-demand occupations, and then we looked at what the demand was, and we have a huge gap in what we're supplying versus what the companies are hiring, because we were looking at, in the past 12 months, based on job boards and online job ads, how many unique job posting positions there were. we had a gap of about 4,000 job postings that we did not have applicants applying for, or we were not supplying those skilled talent for those positions. And as we see more individuals retiring, that gap is getting larger and larger. And it's really interesting because each county is different. We're talking about a region as a whole, but we do a lot of data requests for each county individually because we have some anomalies out there. We have some companies who never have any problem hiring, right? It just depends what your talent looks like in that county. But if that is something that your local office is in need of, please get a hold of us. We want to take a look at that with you and see how we can help out.
So in regards to universities, do you think universities are producing the talent that's needed for the demand? And if not, what needs to change? And you guys can each address this if you want.
Well, I want to jump in here. So it's kind of known when unemployment rates are low, you have low enrollment in adult training programs because most people can just get a job, right? And a lot of companies right now are training on the job because they're just taking entry-level talent and training them as they go and upskilling them, which is great. We have high enrollment in our high school career center programs. I think you heard Coshocton County is up over 60% of their juniors and seniors are enrolled in their CTC. That's awesome. I think that as a whole throughout the region, because industry is filling the crunch on talent, they're willing to come to the table right now, which is really great. I think that if we can, if our training providers can pull them in even closer in the next year or two and pull out what kind of information, where are they going in the next 3 to 5 years, what kind of technology do they need, what kind of skill sets, I think that's going to really help and assist these programs moving forward.
Tasha, so what are some of the best practices for engaging the parents and guardians to create interest and excitement around the internships to connect these kids to these jobs?
Well, when it comes to engaging parents, that's actually one of the most difficult things to do. As an organization that sits outside of the schools, you don't necessarily have a direct audience with parents. And so we're actually engaging parents to help us engage parents. When it comes to internships, a lot of parents will actually engage when they find out about these opportunities. So as we have internships, we'll put them out, on Facebook, we'll market them, because we are not within a school, we can market the internship opportunities that we receive from businesses in a wide variety of ways. Obviously, we do that with the schools too, but we can push it out in our channels, in our marketing channels. And we actually have a lot of parents that will see those opportunities and will advocate for their child to be able to be a part of that, which is great because then, there's a lot more people that are seeing these opportunities. So that's one way that parents engage. Another way is have events specifically designed for them to include them. We have a longstanding event that's called the Family Career Awareness Day. We hold it after school because if all of your career days and career events are during the day, then generally parents are at work or they probably don't have the opportunity to attend. So we have this one specifically after school so that parents and students will attend together. The idea being that, again, you're trying to influence the people who influence the child, right? Often kids kind of get stuck in the middle. They hear their guidance counselor say one thing, they hear their teacher say something else, their parents say something else, and then their interest may lie completely outside of any of that. So how do you help that kid navigate all of the different things that are being thrown at them? Well, if you have an event that's for parents and their students, together they can walk right up to your booth at that event and talk to you and hear the information straight from the horse's mouth. Because, this is one of the things that we found. I can't explain your job. If you are excited about your job and you're excited about the work that you do, you need to be the one that's talking to that student. You need to be the one that's in front of that parent saying, no, this is a great place to work. And, you know, this is the place you need to go after high school to get the training you need to work for us. I mean, we have had so many, just at Family Career Awareness Day, but also, you know, through the internship work too, we've had so many students realize, oh, if I want to work for you, you're only pulling interns from such and such college, well, then I need to go to that college, you know, or I need to go into that program or get this credential. But when they hear it from you, and because you're the one that's saying it, you're the one that potentially would employ them in the future, they actually believe you more so than their teachers or their parents. You know, so I mean, these are some of the things to think about too. And when it comes to data, the direct service work that Building Bridges to Careers does is primarily Washington County and the surrounding counties. And Washington County has done a senior survey since 2007. And absolutely every single year, personal experience is the #1 reason why these students are choosing career pathways. Oh, and career pathways, I just gotta tell you, so we talk a lot about translation. You know, you throw, somebody earlier were talking about the TIFs that were being used in this, and I know what those are. I can't remember the letters that you guys use for them, but I knew TIF as Teacher Incentive Fund. So like, just remember some of these things, okay? When you're throwing out acronyms and using different words, translating is literally the bulk of the work that we do. So we have student ambassadors. We have Building Bridges to Career student ambassadors in each of our schools because this helps us know and understand the student voice. That way we're not creating programs without them, because that's the ultimate problem. People create programs without the people that are supposed to use them and then wonder why they don't work. So our high school our interns and ambassadors, we had them in a focus group talking to them about just different things and asked them about the pathways that they were on. Mind you, one student was at the Career Center, which is like the ultimate career pathway place, right? They're literally on a very legitimate career pathway. None of them understood that they were on a pathway. I mean, like our star students at Building Bridges to Careers, intern, Career Center, you know, they're out marketing all of the different ways to get engaged to other students. They did not understand that they were on a pathway. Didn't really know what we were talking about. And it's like, we've missed the mark here somewhere. They're doing it, they're following it, they're taking the steps, they're doing what they've been told, but did they choose that for themselves, you know? And do they understand that what they're doing, what they are doing will lead them to something at the end? So translation, I mean, so the students aren't using that term. They don't know that they're in a pipeline, you know. So I just kind of remembering some of these things, even the term workforce. What's your definition of the term workforce? Is that the same definition as the people sitting next to you? I mean, so like, just think about some of these words that you use. K-12 does not use the word workforce. And I don't think four-year colleges necessarily do either. Yet, that is where those people, you know, the students that are going through are the future workforce. And so, yeah, just kind of remembering some of those things as you're trying to have conversations with a lot of these folks, that it's confusing. There's a lot of words out there, and when you're trying to bring all of your partners to the table to have conversations like this, one of the first things you have to do is understand what their mindset is and understand their perspective. Then you can begin to build something that's going to solve this problem.
That's great. I think a lot of us, I don't work directly in workforce, but when I think of workforce, I don't think of, you know, of kids. So it's great that, and obviously very important that you guys are starting young, and we obviously need to be doing that more. Julie, we talked about the benefits cliff. What wage or income level in our region allows an individual to make that leap to self-sufficiency?
So there are, I've seen different charts and numbers on wages. A lot of that also depends on family size or household size, what that number is. So some I've seen in the $17 an hour range and up, but I have seen some great charts that Ohio ERN has put together that actually shows a graph of starting at a certain wage and what benefits a person is eligible for, and as their wages increase, what they become ineligible for. So that's a great reference to show that, you know, it's not just $1 amount that then makes them ineligible, but you know, as the wages increase, it does drop off. So that's a great reference, and even down to like childcare subsidies, for example, and the programs that really make it easier and more reasonable for somebody to be able to go to work. So I think those are things that we really try to address when we're working with employees. And we were talking about data, the ERNs, USA, Ohio, and our Southern Ohio Employer Resource Network. We collect data on the needs of employees. And so when employers are coming to meet with a success coach, we're tracking that data, and we're tracking what are their needs, what resources are we able to connect them with, and that's information then that is shared with the employer, and it's helping us create a great list of where some of the resource gaps might be, and where we've been successful connecting them to resources. So our top needs right now that we have through the Southern Ohio Employer Resource Network are just financial burdens, household making ends meet. So overall financial assistance. So we try to help with budgeting, maybe accessing other programs and resources that they may be eligible for. We also we see a lot of needs related to housing, which has been a topic today. And, you know, if employees don't have stable and safe, affordable housing, it's hard to get up and go to work every day. And we also have a lot of requests regarding insurance, healthcare, and the affordability of that. So those are our top, and also, I'm sorry, mental health was in that fourth one. So support to access counseling and other mental health needs as well. So those are the top ones, but we work with people. We have a list of about 30 different needs that employees have. And this program is not just for entry-level employees. It's available to every employee in the company or organization, and it's anyone that's dealing with a work-life balance issue. And it could be for children, it could be taking care of aging parents, it could be employees that have gone through other life changes that they need support. And it's basically an extension of the Human Resources Department within an organization. And we are branded as the Southern Ohio Employer Resource Network, and our success coaches are not referred to as a community action employee, but they are seen as part of the overall ERN, and hopefully add some confidentiality and understanding that we don't work for the employer, but we are our own entity and there to help employees. So we get referrals if an employee's experiencing a lot of absenteeism, maybe they're late for work, employers can refer that employee to us to help find out the root cause for that, and is it that they don't have reliable transportation or childcare, and then the success coach can hopefully help and help that employee stay on the job, and ultimately the employer retains that employee. The National Society of Human Resource Management averages the average turnover cost for an employer for one position or employee is $5,000. So just looking at the financial burden for an employer and the return on investments for joining the ERN, the national average is about 600% return on investment.
What size companies are utilizing the ERN network?
So we have, it can be any size employer can be a part of it. Currently, right now, we are working with one of the largest employers in Ross County, which is Adena Health System. We also have a manufacturer. We have a couple of social service organizations as well. And we are partnering with Ohio University Chillicothe to also provide the service to students, because many times students are dealing with the same work-life balance and balancing family and going to school, and oftentimes also working, and we're there to support those students to hopefully help retain for student retention and help them become successful in graduating.
and I'll just post this to any of you that want to ask, but coming out of the Great Resignation, what are companies doing to keep the workforce they have?
I'll jump in there. So one of the things that Ohio Southeast has access to is the Talent Acquisition Services program through Jobs Ohio. So for companies who are expanding in our region, this is kind of a niche program. I think only about 15% of the overall incentive offers that we have in Ohio actually utilize the Talent Acquisition Services program, mainly because it takes a company who wants to make a change. This isn't a grant reimbursement program. Jobs Ohio actually acts more of a consultant, and we really drill down to what the challenges are of a company. And if the company says, listen, we have people jumping ship after they've been here for 2 hours. Some companies say, yeah, if we can keep them 90 days, we're golden. They'll be here for a while, right? Or, sometimes companies say, gosh, we can't even keep them a week and they're taking another opportunity. Each one of those challenges represent a different problem, right? So it really takes a company wanting to identify what their problem is. What's the challenge? What's the problem? And there's a solution. So we have companies that we've worked with that we have hired a vendor on their behalf to come in and do a SWOT analysis, to talk to their employees, to see why are people leaving? Why are people staying? What's it going to look like when you have X number of people that retire? Are all your skills and your knowledge going with it, right? So those are issues. Some of the solutions are, well, you have to first look at what does your first day look like? If you're losing them on the first day, whoever that supervisor is that you're pairing them with needs to go because they're scaring them off. We had one company tell us, yeah, I think Joe, the safety guy, is scaring them to death. I think they're going to die on day one, right? So that might not be the best orientation program, right? So, if they're staying a week, do they feel overwhelmed by day 4? Are you training them? Are you giving them the skills that they need? So really taking a look at that onboarding program. If they're staying with you a year or two, typically they're looking for a better opportunity and some career growth. You need to look at your structure of your career pathways and how you're upskilling your employees. So there's all different kinds of problems inside of a company, but it really takes a company that wants to see change, not just the company that wants to complain, right? We've heard, I can't get anybody to apply for a job. I can't get anybody to stay. Well, how are you marketing those jobs? Just putting a sign out in the yard. It used to work. Well, it doesn't now, right? So you have to have a company. It starts with the leadership from the top. When you get those companies, those are the ones that engage in the community, right? That's the leadership that wants to be involved in K-12. That's the companies who want to see improvements, and they're going to change the culture of their plant, and they're going to retain people when that culture changes.
Anyone else want to address that question?
I'll talk a little bit. In our organization, it was several years ago, it was very rigid. It was 8:30 to 5:30. You were expected to be at your desk during those times. And we've seen like you said, people are leaving. And one of the things that the employees said was, we really want flexibility. They still have to be there during specific core hours, but we've loosened up a little bit with new management saying, they can come in between 9 and 5:30, or, just they have hours that they can flex within, and they're still there performing their tasks. And the other thing that we've done for years that our employees absolutely love is free lunch. Free lunch once a month. It seems so simple, but they appreciate it so much. And every so often we'll do like free cookie cart. Usually it's our administrative assistant, will take a cookie cart around. and the employees can pick cookies off of there. They're all sealed in bags. It's just the little things, and it really, really makes a difference in our organization.
I'd like to speak a little bit to the teacher side of things. So, teachers are leaving too. There's a lot of, new teachers who have only been in a year, maybe two, and, what they're seeing and feeling is not, I don't think, what they wanted it to be. And so one of the things that we're doing with Building Bridges, besides the teacher perception survey, which we're literally right at the very beginning, I'm actually very curious about Caldwell, because Caldwell's been mentioned up here a couple of times, and as I also said, we had students there. They are the first school that we did our teacher perception survey with, and I haven't even had time to talk to my staff, but they were there on Monday talking about that. So considering this, I want to kind of go back and see if we can kind of pull a string all the way through all of those pieces. But anyway, in the teacher perception survey, and also we are studying the impact of some professional development that we're doing, some deep dive professional development with an entire school. What is the impact of some of this stuff? And out of the survey, the work that we did on the deep dive professional development, some of the teachers were really realizing that now that they're connecting with community members specifically, they feel like they're able to overcome some of the things that might be happening in their community. There certainly is, this is the teacher perception, there is a bit of a negativity about using high school students or working with high school students, that they don't, have the knowledge or have the wherewithal or what have you. And so, through this professional development, which very specifically is basically teachers who participate, it's like, you're going to partner with community people, period. We'll find ways for you to do that. Bring in these local businesses, talk to them, there's a lot of different, there's 18 different ways you can do some of this stuff. We'll help you figure out the one that works for you. So essentially, we're helping them to develop ways to do community and career connected learning by connecting to other community adults and community businesses. But they're really finding that once they have gone through this process and once they have included, community and business representatives in their classroom, they're feeling like, okay, maybe I can, make a difference in this. That culture change is really, what we're looking at. But right now, they're very much feeling like there's a lot of negativity towards schools and a lot of negativity towards, the students that they're producing. So there are a lot of different ways to be able to address that. But just at the very beginning of all of this work and finding out these perceptions, knowing that information gives us a place to start. So, just in regards to workforce in general, workforce is kind of that middle thing. You've got economic development over here, education over here, and in the middle is workforce. Well, because there is a workforce problem, everybody's trying to look at workforce, to throw solutions on and throw money at, well, there's a workforce problem. Let's, try to figure this out. But if you don't also bring along the folks that are responsible for your local economies and the folks that are responsible for the education of your young people, your workforce development solutions in the middle, maybe land flat. And or you're sending money back to the state because, there weren't enough people in the program that you had, so the community college had to shut down that course because they can't run a course with 2 people in it. So looking at all of the partners, all of the people that surround this problem, bringing them in to be a part of that conversation, is truly what needs to happen. And so because, we've been around for a while, I know a lot of people in this room, and it's very nice to be able to go and have conversations with all of you to say, well, what is your perspective about this particular thing? What resource can you bring to this table? And it doesn't always have to be money. Data is a really good example. We're a small organization. We can't gather data like that. But they've got James. So we utilize him a lot too. But knowing what all of the partners can bring to the table around this solution, and then understanding that to be able to help you move forward with something. Getting into that systemic issue and really diving deep into it, taking the time and using those opportunities to get deeply engaged in this will really help drive out those best practices and those solutions, much like these 2 ladies have been talking about here today too. Like, these are very good examples of things that can be developed and addressed to bring in more people to the conversation.
I just want to say we started with data. Every 3 years, we have to do a community health needs assessment, and it identified 3 things as barriers, and that is housing, transportation, and internet. And when we started this program, we said, okay, we're going to take care of housing and internet, no problems. And then we realized that the people who were entering our program, these people who want to find a job, don't have transportation. We take it for granted. I get in my car every morning and I drive to work. They don't have a car. They may have suspended license. When you're in Ashtabula County, it's extremely rural. We are in the middle of nowhere. You can't summons an Uber. There just isn't an Uber service out there. There's no buses. There's no taxis. What option do you have? So even though we had the data, we kind of ignored it a little bit and then realized, oh my gosh, transportation is significant. So we learned our lesson.
So with all of the programs that are out there right now, what can we do to better communicate those so that people can maximize the benefits?
I'm going to answer this in a roundabout way. I think I've been doing that all day. So for those of you who work in a community, a county, or your local economic development professionals, or you're in an organization and your head's spinning right now and you're thinking, we have a staff of 1 or a staff of 2. How in the world do we tackle childcare, transportation, talent? I mean, where do we start, right? I think the theme of this is great because, if I was, actually, let me ask this. Who in here works for an organization whose focus is childcare? Or you provide assistance to individuals for childcare or transportation? Do we have anybody in the room? Yeah. That's not very many. Boy, that failed. Listen, what we do at Ohio Southeast, I'm not in workforce development, okay? A lot of us aren't necessarily, our strengths aren't in workforce development we're economic development. We're focusing on getting those sites and those buildings and attracting new companies, and we're working with businesses to expand, but it all goes together. But at Ohio Southeast, we're not experts in childcare or transportation. We're not experts in K-12 career awareness, but we have in our back pocket those people who are. Next time we're inviting the childcare providers to this, right? But my point is, if you're in a local community, you have to find not just the champions in your community who have a passion for that, but you've got to find the people who know what they're doing. Otherwise, you can spin your wheels for 5, 10, 15 years and not really get anywhere. 20 years ago, we were talking about talent and workforce development, and oh my goodness, the baby boomers are retiring. What are we going to do? And we're still talking about it. But always, 20 years ago, we also weren't looking at things like childcare and transportation, and we were looking at how do we train people to fill their shoes? How do we train people? How do we train people? And a lot of money was dumped into that, and that's great. But right now, we can't even get individuals coming out of high school into those training programs. So it's not just training and it's not just workforce development, it's everything. And from a local standpoint, you have to know the people who have the expertise in, how to get it done. Maybe it's not in your county, maybe it's not in our region, maybe it's outside of the state, I don't know, but you've got to find those people who know how to do it. And then you have to find the people who know how to get the money to implement it.
Just on that note, we've had our recovery housing community in Trumbull County since 1996. We're one of the first to be established as a recovery community. And one of the best things that has worked for us is Trumbull Mental Health and Recovery Board actually presents us with a list of employers who are recovery friendly. So they're individual businesses, they're large, they're small, that will employ individuals who are in recovery and make an effort to work with them. So, we're so grateful for that organization to be sharing with us that information. And I think it's important that, reach out to your mental health and recovery services boards. There's one in every county, and say, do you have, this type of listing? And we have adults, they're looking for jobs.
I think in all of the panels, I think it comes down to identifying partners and making those relationships. So I think these four ladies here would be great partners. So if you heard anything here that they're doing that you want to learn more about, I would reach out to them. But thank you, ladies. Let's give them a hand.
Thank you, Stephanie, Julie, Sheila, Kara, and Tasha. They're doing some great work to create workforce options in our region, and we appreciate all that they do. So it's now time to go into our final session of the day, Rural Funding Multiplied. Sounds exciting. Please give a warm welcome to our rock star presenters who are not strangers to this region, including John Kerry, the Director of Ohio's Governor's Office of Appalachia, Christy Tanner, Jobs Ohio's Senior Managing Director, Nate Green, Managing Director of Economic Development for the Montrose Group, and our very own Kathy Zook, the Appalachian Regional Commission Program Manager at Eastgate Regional Council of Governments. They're going to be joined by Voinovich School's very own Faith Knudsen, the Director of Social Innovation and Entrepreneurship, to moderate the Q&A. So please sit back and enjoy this final presentation of the day. Thank you all.
Guys go on the end.
Oh, great. I'm not shaking your hand. Very good to see you. I already said hi to you.
Okay, so clearly our stratagem to keep people in the room by having rural funding multiplied as our last panel was successful, so thank you very much. And we are looking forward to, with this illustrious panel, talking a great deal about the possibilities that are out there, how you can get funded, what happens if you don't get funded, how you can build a capital stack, which is one of the things that our first presenter is going to be talking about. And before we get into the presentations, I have a question to pose to everybody, and I took this from panel number 2. In fact, I emailed my panel and I said, hey, I'm changing things up. I'm going to ask you a different first question. And they all went along with it. And if they didn't, they'll hear everybody else talk and then they'll get into it. So, so what I'd like to hear from everybody is your name, your current position, and what does it mean to you personally, being in your professional position as a funder or a supporter of funding requests in Appalachia. And I'll start. So Faith Knudsen, I work at the Voinovich School with social entrepreneurship. And what it means for me and what I do is I teach grant writing. So I'm thinking back to the days when I was a secretary at my father's firm. He had a small tech firm. No one knew what kind of money to get or how to get it. And so we all made it up as we went along. And that firm was pretty successful, but these days it's a lot more competitive. And so when I think of teaching grant writing, I'm thinking of my dad, and I'm thinking of all of his engineers, and how I can help the next generation do that better. All right, so Nate.
Oh, okay. I'm going next. I thought we were going down the line. I wasn't ready. I was waiting for Christy's answer because then I was going to see if I was going to change mine or not. My name's Nate Green with the Montrose Group. I'm the Managing Director of Economic Development. I've been in economic development for 20 years. I've had the pleasure of working really closely with two of the people on this planning, with John Kerry and Christy Tanner. Christy, I said this a couple weeks ago, she hired me twice. I don't know what that says about her or me, but Christy and I have worked together a lot. I am not from Appalachia, but we've done a lot of work. I have throughout my career. I grew up in a rural town. It's not a small rural town, but it's a rural town, very ag related. You know, my passion is really in the Appalachian communities, is helping those communities really find their passion for their communities. A lot of times it has to do with downtowns or industrial parks, and then helping them come up with solutions to realize those passions, both going and find outside funding and also just use the tools that they have locally to realize those passions. So that's why I enjoy it.
Awesome. Christy.
All right. So Christy Tanner, Senior Managing Director with Jobs Ohio. I focus on programs for small and mid-sized communities across the state, as well as programs for small businesses. These are very personal to me because, well, for a few reasons. First of which is the Vibrant Communities Grant Program and the Planning Grant Program was really built around ideas that were generated out of this region, out of the Appalachian region. That's personal for me because I'm from this region. I grew up in one of the towns that is a current eligible community in Portsmouth, Ohio. And I've been in economic development long enough that I remember when Portsmouth was a very vibrant community. I feel like they're coming through a resurgence and really coming back along with a lot of the towns. But so it's personal to me to be able to see how these communities are coming back. And also on the small business side, because I'm a small business owner, in addition to working at Jobs Ohio. So being able to have a program that can help small businesses, especially those that are in this part of the state, grow and prosper is very meaningful.
Wonderful. Kathy.
Okay. Well, I got the memo when we were standing in the lunch line. So I am Kathy Zook. I'm the Appalachian Regional Commission Program Manager for Eastgate Regional Council of Governments. And this is why we use acronyms, because that's very long to say. But really, my passion for Appalachia began through my grandmother. Faith, you mentioned your father, but my father's side is from Parkersburg, West Virginia. That's where I was born. I lived there as a child and then came to Trumbull County. And fortunately, I have been doing the program management for Eastgate through the ARC program since 2009. And everybody likes it when you come to the table with the possibility of bringing funding. So this is a good thing. And I have the privilege of working with some really great people. So thank you.
Awesome. John.
I struggle with this because I really want to be brief, so I should give you the concise version. I'm the oldest grandchild on both sides, and my grandparents, my grandmother on my mother's side and my other grandparents really instilled in me a love for the history of this region. And they also talked to me about what it used to be, what the resources were. You know, they went through the boom experience that we had in Appalachia. And I always felt the calling to try to make things, be an advocate for the region. Somebody used the word marginalized, and it's important for me that those that feel marginalized or are marginalized in Appalachia have a chance to compete and take advantage of the funds that we have. So it's been, it's part of the culture of Appalachia to be attached to place. I've lived in Wellston my whole life, fifth generation resident and probably not going anywhere. But it's a passion for me as it is for everyone else on the panel.
And that's exactly why I wanted to ask this question, that I think that, all of us are at that time of life where we want to give back, and, being able to say what our grandparents did, our parents did, and it's not just running a funding program, it's giving back to the next generation so that they can do better than happened before us. So, John, I don't think you actually said your name and your potato title. We know you.
I'm Mr. Anonymous, but I'm John Carey, Director of the Governor's Office of Appalachia.
And I'm sure that most of us were here to hear that in the morning, but I just wanted to give you that opportunity. Okay, so Nate, you are first up, I believe, with your slides.
Okay.
So now we are going to hear about the programs.
Okay, great. Well, I guess I'll just sit here and do them. That makes the most sense. Okay. Where do I point this? Oh my gosh, there we go. I'm not going to go over this because I think you all hopefully know who we are, and one of us already talked on that panel. So Ryan Scribner's was up earlier. I just wanted to start with this. I think we're all going to talk about this, but building a capital stack for any project, whether it's an industrial project, whether it's a downtown redevelopment project, housing project, it takes. It's like building a cake. And you have to have all different elements to do it. We all know how hard it is to put together projects, but it really is like building the layers on the cake. I have no idea what each one of those say because I can't read them from right here. So I'm not gonna try to read them. The first program I want to go just talk about is the Transformational Mixed-Use Development Tax Credit, as we affectionately call it TMUD. John, please don't tell Director Mahalik that I called it TMUD because she doesn't like it. But it is a great program. It's got every year. I think we're in our fourth funding round. There's $100 million available. There are $20 million available for non-major areas, non-major. Basically, it's urban versus rural projects. So all of you in this room have projects that would be eligible for this. There's $20 million available. It provides a 10% tax credit, 10% of the overall project costs go back into the project. The way that it flows in, it's a tax credit that can get sold to investors. They put equity back into the project, and it's a great way to fund projects. I would encourage you all to look at this program. Applications are going to likely come out in July of this year. The rural projects are very competitive, the rural projects have a better chance of getting funded than the urban projects, just because of the fact that the urbans are asking for so much money. So it's a great project. Ryan talked about the East Liverpool project this morning. We helped them get that TMUD last round. Downtown Redevelopment District, we've done a lot of these. This is like a TIF. Tasha mentioned TIF, the tax increment finance districts. These are the downtown redevelopment districts. Essentially takes 70% of new property taxes, funnels it back into the redevelopment of those properties in a downtown. We have done several of those. We actually did several for here in Athens with Molly. I think Molly's still here. Years ago, but it's a great program. It's a local tool that you all as local entities can employ to really find funding to redevelop buildings in your downtowns, or really not even in just downtowns, historic areas. Historic preservation tax credits. There's the federal historic preservation tax credit. There's also the Ohio Historic Preservation Tax Credit. The Ohio Historic is a 25% state credit. $5 million Ohio cap. This is another, I talked about TMUD before. If you have an historic building that qualifies, it's on the National Register or it's on a local register, it's a great tool in the capital stack. These are highly competitive. The state, the Ohio Department of Development has, in the last few rounds, really made it so that rural projects do better. But when you talk about the capital stack, the TMUD and the historics are great tools, and they're great tools to get equity into projects as you go out and can sell those projects, sell those credits. I'm trying to go to the next one. Oh, I went too fast. And then the last one is the new market tax credits. This probably is the most complicated tax credit program in the history of tax credit programs. Christy's shaking her head yes, so she knows exactly what I'm talking about. It's a 39% federal tax credit. At the end of the day, if you were to get a tax credit award of $10 million, it would probably mean that you'd get $1.5 or $2 million in actual money into the project. Again, highly competitive. The projects, you get the money through these community development entities. One of the biggest ones we have in Ohio is the Finance Fund, which is based in Columbus. They do a lot of rural projects around the state. They typically will fund mixed-use projects. They're not doing a lot of residential projects, but they'll do mixed use if they include residential. And they've done some manufacturing projects. But it's another great tool in the capital stacks. All these tax credits I talk about, they're complicated, but they really, if you have the right project, they can bring in equity. You can find there's a lot of investors in Ohio that invest in these tax credits because they need them to bring down their federal and state taxes. So those are the three I wanted to talk about today. All right, who's next? I don't remember.
I believe it is Christy.
All right.
Thank you, Nate. I'm impressed you kept that under 8 minutes.
I don't know how I did it, Christy. You know I like
You're always
to
a
talk.
fast talker, though, I know. Okay. So I want to talk about a few different programs that Jobs Ohio has offered since 2020. As we approached our 5-year strategy in 2019, we were looking at where should we place investments for the next 5 years to make sure that Ohio is as competitive as we can be. And in looking at where those investments went, a lot of it went into talent, a lot of it into sites and buildings to make sure that we have properties that are competitive to be able to win out-of-state projects and locate them in Ohio. Some of it went into innovation districts that went into the 3 Cs. And in addition to that, and in kind of looking at that, you know, we've got a lot of amazing assets around the state, and a lot of those are centered around those 3 Cs. But the entire state of Ohio, we're so blessed and fortunate to have so many micropolitan communities across the state. We have small communities, we have rural areas, and these are places that are in demand, especially in a post-COVID world. We didn't know that then, but in a post-COVID world where people want to slow down their lifestyle, they want to be able to live in a place where the cost of living is reasonable, where they feel like they can make an impact, where they know their neighbors, they can be a part of a community. And so wanting to make an investment in those communities to make sure that they are as competitive as they can possibly be so that they can continue to attract investment, not only from within that area, but also from outside of that area. And for those of you that are economic developers, I can tell you from personal experience, having prospects in the car, businesses that are out of state or even out of country, driving them into an area, one of the first things they'll do, they want to see the site or the building that they're looking at, and if that is acceptable, the very next question is, let's take a look at the town. What does the downtown look like? And it has to look vibrant, and if it doesn't, if it's empty, that community is not going to be competitive. So in looking at where and how we can provide support to make sure that all of Ohio is competitive when it comes to economic development investments, we chose to begin to make investments in what I consider the intersection of community development and economic development. So making investments in our small and mid-sized communities across the state of Ohio so that they can rebuild downtowns and make them vibrant, thriving locations where people want to live and where businesses want to make investments. So that's what launched our community initiatives and our community programs. And then in conjunction with that, looking at how do we also support the smaller businesses that we have across the state, many of which are in this region and across the state where the size of some of these small businesses, that they're not large enough to be competitive for traditional economic development incentives, but yet if they can receive some support to help them grow, then they'll continue to expand here in their home state of Ohio. So I want to share first a little bit about the Vibrant Communities Grant Program. You've heard reference to this throughout the day today. Brett Adams mentioned the Shawnee project in Perry County. Mayor Mason mentioned the Zanesville Downtown Exchange, which you'll see a picture of the ribbon cutting on the screen with. That was one of the projects. You heard about the Coshocton project. I don't know if anyone mentioned the Athens project, but we had the Athens Armory. Somebody did mention the Athens Armory project. And then we also have had a project in Hillsborough. And that's a fantastic project as well. That's a mixed-use co-working space. And then there are also some that are in the pipeline now that are not ready to be mentioned, but several of them across the Appalachian region. And when I think about the Appalachian region, we have almost 400 communities across the state that are eligible. And of that, nearly half of them, 172, are within the 32 Appalachian counties. So there's a tremendous opportunity to be able to tap into this grant fund. This is, when we conceptualized the program, created in 2020, it is a 5-year program, so it is set to sunset in July of next year. However, I will tell you that our Jobs Ohio Board of Directors absolutely loves this program. We're hopeful that with the request and examples of the successes that we've had around the state, that they'll continue to fund it. So just a couple of quick notes on recapping. Those eligible communities are all communities with a population of 75,000 or less. I believe that's, I don't think there's any that's in the 32 counties that's more than that. And They have a poverty rate that's at or above the state's average 5-year poverty rate, which is 13.3%. All of them are listed on our website. The grants are up to $1 million, up to 50% of eligible costs. The majority of them are in downtowns. They're mixed-use facilities for the most part, where you'll see retail, you'll see some housing sometimes, you'll see office. The trick and the key is to find a 30% committed anchor tenant. And that committed anchor tenant needs to be some sort of an office use or other eligible Jobs Ohio type of company. For those communities that are not quite ready for the Vibrant Community Assessment, due diligence on a building or a site, engineering, cost estimates, we've even used some of those dollars to help communities get grant writing support to be able to apply for federal grants or to learn how to utilize some of the tax credits that are out there, because one of the big matches that we do have oftentimes with Vibrant Communities is the historic tax credits. So both of them fantastic programs that we hope to be able to continue. And then before I end, I just want to mention the small business grant program that we have. We have 470 of them that we've completed around the state. Fantastic program, grants of up to $50,000 for small businesses that are growing and expanding their business. They have an opportunity. They need support making that investment. It can be fixed assets. We've even helped with leasehold improvements, lease payments, and other things in order to help projects move forward. The grants are for businesses that are either owned by, they're either in an eligible zip code or they're owned by a minority, women, veteran, or individual with a disability. Those zip codes are all listed on our website as well. Great examples of projects across the state. The majority of them are small manufacturers, so think tool and die shops and other tier 2, tier 3 type suppliers, but we also have about 25% of them are what I call agribusiness companies. You see the picture of Milo's up here was one of our projects. We have River Roasters was one of our projects, Silverbridge Coffee Company, anything that's B2B. We want to talk about it and see if there's a way we can support it. And those companies just need to be committing to make an investment and committing to at least 10% job and payroll growth over a 3-year period. And then quick map for you just to share where the projects have been. The Vibrant Community Grant projects are the red pins that you see on the map. And then speckled throughout are some of the small business grants that we've completed. And then you also can see here the list of all of the Vibrant Community award winners across the state. 22 projects thus far. We have at least another 10 plus that are we're actively talking with and have offers, so to speak, now. Those projects have leveraged over $100 million in new investment. So I'll end there.
Wonderful information. And Christy, since you gave him a bit of grief, Nate, she did go over a couple of seconds. So. But it was great information, very important. Kathy, you are up next.
Okay. Well, I'll do my best to stay within my 8 minutes. We've had a wonderful conference so far today with a lot of great ideas coming forward, especially in our morning panels that talked about examples of revitalization. And hopefully, we've planted a seed today so that when you all go home, back to your communities, you'll be able to take some of these ideas and implement them. So what I would like to do is to share with you how you can work with your local development districts to provide some funding and assistance to bring those projects to fruition. So here we are. This is the Appalachian region of Ohio. We are 32 counties strong, and we have a population of about 2 million people. And those are broken into 4 local development districts. And you can see the top one there to the far north, that is Eastgate. That's the region I'm from in Youngstown. And then my sister agency to the south is Omega, which is Ohio Mid-Eastern Governments Association. That's headed by Vicki Maple and her team. And then to the south of them is Buckeye Hills Regional Council. That's in the Marietta area, and that is headed up by Chastity Smalsenberg, which I'm sorry, I always butcher that last name, Chastity. And then our most southern local development district, or we call LDD, is OVRDC, Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission, and that is headed by John Hemmings. So those are your 4 districts, and we are Planning Commission as well as Council of Governments. So we actually do more than just the Appalachian program, and if our clicker cooperates, there we go. Here's some of the other things under our umbrella. Eastgate is an MPO, which is a Metropolitan Planning Organization, and my 3 sister agencies are RTPOs, Rural Transportation Planning Organizations. And with that, we are responsible for programming and planning transportation within our districts. And then we are also economic development districts. Lee Sherry, we're back. He's back. We're glad to have him again. But we work in partnership with the Economic Development Administration to bring forth projects that help us increase jobs within our area and attract new businesses. At our roundtable yesterday, Lee mentioned that they were very interested in programming new projects. So all 4 local development districts, we can definitely help him with that. We'll have some projects ready for that very soon. And then also another funding source in this letter salad that we have is OPWC, Ohio Public Works Commission. And Eastgate is one of the districts for that. That is an infrastructure program in which we provide funding for what we call the LTIP, which is the Local Transportation Improvement Program, as well as SKIP, which is the State Capital Improvement Program. Each of the 4 districts, we also engage in air and water quality planning, as well as, well, I would say there's one of us, Buckeye Hills. They're the only one that has a program for aging and health. And then we all 4 have access to revolving loan funds. So that encompasses our agencies as a whole. And now I'd like to focus more on our Appalachian programs. And that may be what you're mostly familiar with. We have an annual allocation through the Governor's Office of Appalachia. We work very closely with the outstanding partnership with John and his team. And each of the 4 districts has an annual allocation. That is a competitive process. And we are looking for projects that meet one of the 5 goals that Jen mentioned. But just to dive a little deeper in that, projects in there for building our businesses and entrepreneurship so they can create and retain jobs. And second is building our workforce. We want a healthy, educated, strong workforce. So you're going to find projects like increasing access to health care and workforce training and education. We're looking for projects that not only help you get a job, but keep that job and then aspire for future growth. And then third, we heard this over and over again in our panels this morning about infrastructure. So that's where our water, our sewer, our broadband, and access roads come into play. And then fourth is projects that concentrate on our culture and tourism. There's certainly an enormous amount of economic development that comes to our regions from our unique heritage and culture, whether you're visiting our boutiques, our unique hotels. In my neck of the woods, we have the wine culture in Ashtabula, which I would also encourage you to come up and take in the beautiful Lake Erie. And then all the way down south, we have the Serpent Mounds in the Ohio Valley, OVRDC's region. So we have a lot to be proud of in Appalachia. And we do find when folks come to our region, on average, they're spending $150 a day on a one-day trip. And if they stay overnight, it's practically double. So that is a lot of dollars coming into our unique communities. And then last, we're looking for projects that build community capacity and leadership. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about our partnership with the Governor's Office of Appalachia, as well as the ARC office in Washington, D.C. First, I'd like to concentrate on Arise, Power, and Inspire. Those are all programs that come to us through ARC, which your local development districts can be your boots on the ground to help you develop that project and then have a successful application. So in particular for Power, those are, that program is for communities that have experienced job loss due to the downturn in the coal industry, whether that is your coal-fired power plants, your coal mines, or the coal supply chain. So within that, we have funding through ARC for planning grants up to $50,000, and then implementation grants. And those are a little bit bigger, so that's $400,000 minimum. And the maximum just went up. You can get actually up to $2 million in ARC for that. The Arise program, this is a multi-state transformational projects that increase the strength of our economies. And I've heard our federal co-chair say many times, the needs of Appalachia don't end at the state line. They expand beyond that. So this is a program that can help strengthen our multi-state economic activities. And for that, the planning grants are also available, and that's up to $500,000. And this is a very big program because it's up to $10 million in implementation grants. And then the Inspire program, which I know Sheila represented in the last panel, as far as our communities have suffered greatly from substance use disorder. And the Inspire program works with our communities in that recovery to work. I know Sheila mentioned this too. We've got, folks, they've gotten clean and sober, and now they need the skills and the tools to maintain that by going, back into society, back to the work efforts, and that recovery to work. So that's where the Inspire program comes in. We have planning grants through that up to $50,000 and implementation up to $500,000. So you can see there is a lot of money in Appalachia right now. I should say that within our state, Ohio, we are the only one of the 13 states that has federal funding and state funding. And that's where I wanted to talk about through the Governor's Office of Appalachia. We have various programs there, and I think you might be familiar with the Appalachian Community Grant Program. It's consumed us for the last year, and we certainly are very excited that the awards have been out. 2 of our local development districts, Eastgate as well as Omega, we were lead applicants. We were successful in that, and we're looking forward to implementing those projects and moving forward there. But we really have found over this last year, through the planning dollars, we have never had a stronger relationship with our private sector, our elected officials, and our chamber. So thank you for that opportunity. And hopefully I've given you some ideas of how you can work with us so that we can assist you in getting those projects funded. Thank you.
And we do have a number of questions coming in, but John, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Kathy did I didn't bring slides, Nate. I did bring handouts. I'm not going to go through all of our programs. Kathy did a great job with that. So Austin and Madison has some handouts here. That has all the information about our programs in a succinct manner. As Kathy mentioned, I work with the Governor's Office of Appalachia. I'm appointed by the governor to represent him in Ohio on the Appalachian Regional Commission. Jen Simon is one of our proud Ohio natives that work at ARC, so I'm glad that she's here. So with our office was created to administer the area development funds, which are primarily water, sewer, broadband. It can be workforce related as far as equipment. And those are all administered through the local development districts. And it's a great resource of funds. And some of their applications are open now, but they're going to be closing very soon. But I did want to talk about the local development districts. They're a great resource. We look at our office, at the Governor's Office of Appalachia, not just working on ARC and area development, but kind of as the front door of the Appalachian region. When folks have questions from our region, such as a new mayor, a new elected official, how they get started, often they'll call me and we'll talk. and then we'll refer them to their local development district. We'll also refer them to the Voinovich School for resources, especially the Mayor's Partnership for Progress. Mista and Misty are doing a great job from there. And so there's resources available for you to apply for your grant. The most important thing that I wanted to say is it's not necessarily the programs. Those are great tools, but you really need to have the vision of what you want to do. What's your priority? What do you want to fund? And once you figure that out, then it's time to have a conversation with your local development district. And if you don't know what your number one project is or figure it out, they can help you figure it out. We also have resources through Jay Bennett and Brenda Haas. They're people that we contract that are paid through ARC. They can come to your community and help you figure out, is this a great power project, or is this an area development project, or is this United States Development of Agriculture, I'm trying not to use acronyms, project. So you don't have to figure out which program that it is that you need to work with. That's what we're here to help you with. So if you have a need, feel free to, don't wait until it's an emergency or don't feel frustrated because you don't know how to proceed. Contact your local development district. You're always welcome to talk to me and our team. We enjoy working with communities. That's what we're supposed to do. So we don't expect you to have all the answers. We want to brainstorm with you to help you come up with a solution. One of the things, too, I want to emphasize, and Kathy mentioned this, is planning. And a lot of folks resist planning. Like, I know what I want to do. I don't need to plan. But if you use the power planning or the RISE planning or the Inspire planning, it'll set you up for funding your project. It's really hard. Many of the projects, I won't say most, but many of the projects that are funded, they went through a planning grant. So, for example, one county contacted me and they said, why didn't we get a broadband grant? I said, well, did you apply for a broadband grant? No. Do you know what you want to do if you got a broadband grant? No. So we hooked them up, connected them to a broadband planning grant. And then they went on to become a recipient of power, and they got a broadband grant. These grants are hard. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's hard, and especially hard if you don't have experience doing it. But we will have people that will come to your community and help you do it. I know Faith was very helpful. We had a constituent that we wanted to give a grant to, but they didn't know how to log in to get their Oaks ID number. And Faith took them to the library and taught them how to do that. And that's okay because they don't have experience with that. So if you're here today and you don't understand all these terms, I'm going to make a confession right now. I don't know all these acronyms. It took me 5 years to learn what power stood for. I just know what it does. So I just want you to feel comfortable in that we're here to help you and that you don't have to know the answer. So, and many times somebody will ask me a question about a project and I don't know the answer, but I'll do the research and I'll learn something new myself. And the question you ask that helps you will help other communities next time I'm asked the question. So and I'm going to close with what we do fund. We fund mostly infrastructure, water, sewer, broadband. The Appalachian Community Grant Program was different. The DeWine administration's put $2 billion in the Appalachian region in the last 5 years. We literally had buildings falling down in the areas in some of our towns. And this money had the flexibility to do the things we normally don't do. So we didn't fund water, sewer, broadband because there's other programs for that. We basically wanted to transform our region, make a visible change. And so, and I think the projects we selected did that. We have a lot more opportunity to work with plans that people have. But make sure you understand what the program, if you apply for a program, it's really important to understand what you can use it for. For example, the Appalachian Community Grant Program was not eligible for water and sewer projects. If you applied for it and you thought you were going to get a water and sewer project, you really were behind the game to start out with. So I look forward to the questions, and I'm so happy to be here with this panel.
Thank you. Thank you all. I think that was wonderful information. And I think for those who may not be familiar with some of the language that we're using, it's worth sort of walking through some of these steps. And I think that John really helped us to say, you know, it's okay if you don't know what you don't know. And calling any of us, we can, you know, there's no wrong door. You can come in and ask a question and we'll say, well, I think it's Christy you want to talk to, or maybe it's Nate, or maybe it's John. And John runs all of them run amazing offices. John in particular, because I've dealt with their office a lot. No matter who I call, they're always willing to help. And so, you know, again, if you don't know, don't be frightened, make the call. And the local development districts are certainly, to your point, Kathy, a very important first door that you can take. There have been some questions about that, and sometimes questions come in and they sound rather pointed. So I'm, I'm going to read what was written, and you know, let's be transparent about how we answer this. How do you rate the coordination between the 4 local districts and between the state and the local agencies? What can be done more to improve it?
The question is, how do I rate the cooperation between the 4 local development districts
Yeah,
and the
the
state
LDDs
agencies?
and the state, and the local agencies.
We have I would rate it very well as far as experience with our office. We work very closely together. We talk on an almost daily basis. And I think Ohio has one of the best, or has the best local development districts. We're do it a little different than some of our neighboring states. All the projects come from the ground up, so the local development districts accept the applications and submit them to our office, and then I approve them. I think I've only disapproved 1 project in 5 years, and that was like when I first started. But you know, you have to set the bar somewhere. So, and then with the other state agencies, we have a great working relationship with ODNR and with the EPA, Mental Health and Addiction Services. We work with the other state agencies as well, but those are kind of the ones that we work with the most. Ohio Air Quality Development Authority and the EPA have been great partners are here today. And so we all kind of work together. So I think I'm interested as the person asked the question if they have an issue with that coordination, because I think it's pretty good.
Anyone else have anything to say about the coordination? Kathy, are you?
I'm challenged.
Okay.
You know, they call me mayhem for a reason. But I have to say, yeah, definitely the partnerships between the 4 local development districts is very strong, and John said, of course, with their office too. But we also find that in order to be successful with our projects, we have to partner with other agencies. So it's not unusual to have area development funds in with EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, or USDA. So we work together very well so that we can get those multiple funding sources into the project to reduce the local match that is required from the applicant.
So this is an interesting question as well, and it's a little complicated, but I think it's worth responding to. How do you balance, and this is for all of you, I think, how do you balance citizen initiatives or organizations and the downtown redevelopment programs? How do you go beyond the same 5 to 10 people making decisions for the whole community? And then planning, question mark?
Well, I mean, you do that through planning, right? So in the downtown redevelopment districts, I talked about that. You have to have an economic development plan for those DRDs. In every community does it different. Every consultant does it different. Every organization does. But what you can do in the DRD is through that we have vision sessions, visiting sessions. You can talk to community members. But I think that's whether it's a land use comprehensive plan, an economic development strategic plan, you really need to build consensus, and you bring out everybody. It's not the same 3 people as the question asker, the person that asked the question said. but it really is building consensus, bringing everybody at the table. The other thing that you can do, and I know that you all do these in your communities, is if you can't get everybody in a room, you do surveys to get feedback as well. And you can do that. And today, with all the digital world, you can get surveys out, and you can get hundreds of responses back that you can't get in one room.
And I just personally wanted to give a shout out to Tasha Weary, with whom I was engaged in a recent planning. And this was prior to the receipt of a grant. She went out and we visited all of the local chambers of commerce, and we visited folks. So it wasn't just surveying, it was actually getting in a car, driving there, talking to them and seeing what they needed. And I think that that's one of the most important things. What is the gap? What is the need? And this brings me to a question I had, a general one. And I'd like to get a response from all of you. What do you personally within your sector think is a gap that has not been filled, for which you would like to see a proposal?
I'll start with that. There are a lot of small businesses that come to us in communities across the state that we are not able to help with our program because they don't meet the industry type. And I'm talking about small businesses that are the mom and pops, that are the core businesses that every community needs to have in order to have a thriving kind of downtown. It's the coffee shop, the restaurants, the pizza places, the dessert places, the businesses that make a community walkable and where people want to go, so they serve as the draw. And it's really, really difficult for them to find the right kind of funding to get started off the ground, and then the right kind of entrepreneurial support to be able to run that business in a way that they can continue to succeed over time and have something that they can pass down to their children or whatever it might be. I believe that's a gap, especially in a rural community.
Great answer, I think. Kathy?
I would say sometimes an area that we need to improve on, at least at Eastgate, is our outreach. Because sometimes folks don't know who we are or what we do, and that's why the dialogue is so important, because sometimes they'll come to us and they have an idea, and it may not fit what we can do with ARC or EDA or something like that, but having that communication and listening more to what their needs are, we can oftentimes move them in a different direction and say, well, we can't help you with that piece, but we can help you with this. We can do this, this, and this for you. So reaching us sometimes can be difficult for members of the public and in the private sector.
I don't know if this was the intent of the question, but I'll talk about a gap that I see because we do so much industrial development. And you all, those of you in the room that are in economic development in your communities will appreciate this. The biggest gap in industrial development is sites and buildings, and it's no different in Appalachia as it is anywhere else in Ohio. There's two other funding sources I didn't talk about. The All Ohio Future Fund and the Rural Industrial Park Loan Program. Those are excellent programs that can be used all throughout Appalachia. Especially the Rural Industrial Park Loan Program, it's a 50-50 loan grant program, and there's a lot of communities that have used it. When I was in local economic development in Pickaway County, we built a small 25,000 square foot spec building, and we used that program, and it filled a need and it filled a gap. We didn't have any Class A industrial space, and I know there's a lot of other communities in the region that have done that. Ryan had he came in after me, and we did it right in the recession, and then he had to figure out a way to fill it up and pay back the loan. But there are those great programs, and I think that's a huge gap is those buildings for companies to move into as they grow their businesses.
Great, John.
Thank you for the question. One reason we have the Governor's Office of Appalachia and ARC is to fill the gaps. So I think, for example, Christie and Jobs Ohio with the vibrant communities are filling a gap. And everyone here on the panel is filling a gap in some ways. But one of the things that comes to my mind, we get someone call, and it's usually a nonprofit, and they just need a little bit of money. They maybe like $5,000 or $10,000 because they're get the roof fixed or fix the wall or become handicapped accessible. And we can be flexible, but we cannot do a lot of that because that doesn't have an economic result, which is our part of our mission with ARC. So having, there are churches that do a lot of that and can fill in, but that's kind of one of the gaps. And the other gap, I have to talk about our big gaps in Appalachia, is having clean drinking water. We worked with Dr. Bowman, Matt Trainer, and Dean Plauk and Dean Weinberg about mapping and having a strategy for the Appalachian region so everyone has access to clean water. It's really not just an Appalachian region, but it's more acute in our region. And it's something people don't realize is an issue. And thanks to the governor and our state legislators, they've invested a lot of money to do that, to catch up. There's a project in Vinton County that I literally worked on for 20 years, and it's now happening. So, so I think that's an issue, and broadband's another gap. And our Broadband Ohio office is working very diligently with the federal resources, and I know USDA is involved with that as well. So I think it's important to celebrate our successes where we move forwards, but I think we still have a lot of gaps.
And just in terms of the small capacity development grants, particularly for nonprofits, sometimes the philanthropic sector is a place to go. The Athens County Foundation locally, for example, has small capacity development grants for Athens County specifically. My program has very small ones as well for a slightly broader footprint, but that certainly, I agree, is completely a gap because sometimes it's only $5,000, but you know, where do you go to get that? And how can you go through a process that's not incredibly onerous in order to receive it, which is the other part. This question is somewhat specific, but I'm going to make it a little broader. The question is, how can the economic development initiatives and workforce development initiatives that we've heard about today be best aligned to support each other? So economic development initiatives and workforce development initiatives aligned to support each other. And I'd like to, you know, could answer that specific question, maybe broaden it out to the whole capital stack question. You know, how do you put together a variety of sources in order to meet the goal that your municipality or your entity particularly has? Thoughts on that?
Well, I'll start on that one. For my previous job as in higher ed, the legislature and the governor have done a good job in putting rapids together. It's regionally aligned priorities in developing skills, which requires businesses to develop, requires business partners, and works with higher ed, all of higher ed, including community colleges, and the career techs. So it has to have a business partner to be successful. And we've been able to use Appalachian Regional Commission funds to partner with that, to do things in the region to make a real difference. So the workforce gaps that you see, that we heard talked about, they're being trained on the most up-to-date equipment, so when they come out, they can go to work. The workforce projects that we work with the Governor's Office of Appalachia, we try to marry those together. An example would be, we had a question about Portsmouth, in the Murals in Portsmouth. If you haven't seen them, they're great. You need to go down and see them. But we applied for ARC funding, and there was an issue about that. So our goal was to work with Jen and everybody at ARC to make that a workforce project. So talking to Shawnee State, doing what needs to be done with the Mural, but providing training at the same time and getting the same result, but adding value. Kind of what Tasha was talking about in her presentation. So there's lots of different ways that we can include workforce training with other projects that are funded, and that's the best way that's the best answer I have.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'm an economic development professional. I've been doing this a long time, and we often don't think of ourselves as workforce people. I think in the last panel, really, they hit a lot of it. I think when we think of how you bring economic development and workforce together, I think one of the biggest ways to do that is through that pipeline. Somebody said that they don't know they're in a pipeline, but building that pipeline up in a community so that your community is ready when a prospect comes along. Somebody may need 10 employees, or they may need 100 employees, but whatever the case may be, that you know what your community is trying to attract, and you're trying to build up with all the schools, you're trying to build up a pipeline so that people in your community can go those jobs. That's in the communities we work in, and that we've assisted and that we talk to all the time, that really has been helpful and I think works.
Excellent. Anyone else want to address the capital stack?
Yeah, I would talk about the workforce efforts. I know through Eastgate, we are getting more and more requests for workforce projects for assistance through our Appalachian program. And what has been successful in our area, we've had like the Manufacturers Coalition that is working with our local development, or working with our local businesses to identify skill sets that are needed in those high-skill, high-paying manufacturing jobs. We are also fortunate, we have the Youngstown Business Incubator and America Makes, and they're taking the technology that's in additive manufacturing and going to our local manufacturers to implement ideas how they can use that within their business to upskill the workers there in using additive manufacturing. And then also in Ashtabula, through our Career and Tech Center, there was, again, a group of manufacturers in that region that said, look, we want to hire our local workforce, but they don't have these 10 skill sets that they needed. So we partnered with the Career Center, provided some assistance through the ARC program to get the equipment that was needed so that those incumbent workers could come there and receive training. So these projects are coming more and more frequently, but I think you have to have that the commitment from the local community that says, this is what we need. If you provide it, we can increase job creation and job retention.
So I have two more questions, and the first one has to do with if you're funded and get to the end, how are you assessed? And so there's a question, what do you consider the monitoring and evaluation of the grant? And I know that there's criteria that are within the grant, but just I'd like to maybe think about addressing that a little bit more broadly. What do you consider to be success? And perhaps also address the question of what do you consider to be sustainability with regards to grants?
I can take that one for our Vibrant Communities Grant Program. There's a couple different levels. So the first level of success is the project gets completed, the investment is made as it was stated in the grant agreement that we provide to the community, and the doors are opened and whatever the functioning occupants are there and doing what they're supposed to be doing. That's the first step. And that can be anywhere between 12 months, 18 months, whatever timeline is defined. But what we're really, really looking for in our Vibrant Community Grants is what happens after that. I call it the follow-on investment. What did that initial investment, what did it lead to in that area or in that block or in that community? What other business owners stepped forward and said, oh, wow, look at this beautiful building. Now I want to clean up my storefront, or I want to lease out this space or renovate my building so that we can take advantage of the investments that are being made here. That's what we're looking for, the follow-on investment, the catalytic kind of investment that starts to get others to make those same sorts of improvements. The other thing that we're looking for and we're tracking as part of our grant is we ask for the property value prior to redevelopment and then post redevelopment, because we're also looking for a return to that particular community to try to build that tax base so that we can raise property values, and then as a result those cities and can prosper from that. So.
Thank you. Yes, and as far as within the Appalachian program for the local development district, we have outputs and outcomes that you tell us what you're going to do when you apply. So we're going to make sure when you finish the application and up to 3 years beyond, did you reach those goals? How many businesses did you serve? How many students were educated? People were trained? you know, you said you were going to put in the sewer line at so many linear feet. Did that get put in? How many jobs did you say that you were going to create? Did you actually do that? And so, and plus we're holding your hand along the way too. You're doing your progress reports. It's not a surprise, but we want you to have goals and outputs and outcomes that are realistic so that you can at least achieve them and oftentimes exceed them.
Kathy covered that very well. Same thing with the Appalachian Community Grant Program. We have Guidehouse that is working with us, and they'll be providing follow-up to all the Appalachian Community Grant Program, but they'll be checking in on a monthly or bi-monthly basis to make sure you're on track to doing what you said you were going to do and to meet the time frame. So we like to think that we're flexible to work with folks. We submit something to the ARC and it has to change. We have to do an amendment. So it is a process, but we will work with folks throughout the monitoring and audit process. But it's important to realize that in most cases, these are federal funds, so we have to meet those guidelines.
So we do have 5 minutes left, and we have a wonderful closing question, which really brings us back sort of to the personal and the future rather than grants and funding. So you have about 60 seconds apiece for this. How do you see the future of Appalachian Ohio? What's your message to the upcoming policymakers, leaders, and the new generation?
That's a big question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll start, and you guys fill in what I forget to say. But I really do believe that this is an opportunity for our region to bring boomerangs back, so people that have left our region and gone off to the big city or whatever they wanted to do, and now they're ready to raise their family and settle down, come back to our region and really be primed and ready to make a difference, make an impact. I see it through our program that we don't have big developers coming in and investing in these downtown redevelopment projects. They're truly residents and business owners that are either have lived there forever and moving back, or coming back and making an investment. They're the ones that are making a difference. So that's one, and I think the other is philanthropy. And you mentioned it. I'm also a board member for the Foundation for Appalachia, Ohio. We are woefully behind in terms of philanthropy in our region, especially when you compare it to the 3 Cs and other parts of the U.S. And our hope in mission is to really help build philanthropic leadership throughout the entire region in every single county, because we know that will make a difference as well.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I really think the future is absolutely bright for Appalachia, especially this past year with the communication, the private sector working with the regional chamber and working with Eastgate, and that communication, that energy. We've uncovered there's a lot of need within our region, and I think we have a lot of going on in the future to get all those things accomplished. And with the partnerships that we have, I just see it continuing to grow and thrive as we repopulate our area and take advantage of our culture and heritage.
Absolutely. I think we're in an unprecedented time in the state of Ohio as far as funding goes. I don't believe, and you all can correct me, I don't know the last time we've had this much state funding for economic and community development in the time that I've been doing economic development. So that is an exciting time for Appalachia, and really to get a hold of that, harness that, make sure that your projects get success. I think the future is really bright. I want to say to Christy's point as well, I see something that in a lot of communities, and I'm looking at Mayor Front, he's from Logan, he's got some of these in his community as well, where there's business owners or there's building owners or just entrepreneurs that want to invest in their communities. And I think that's different than what I saw 15 or 20 years ago. I think there's a lot more of those now that want to stay there and want to invest in their community and want to have a much greater impact than they've ever had before, and I think that's exciting.
Well, Appalachia was founded by the pioneers, so we're known as the land of the pioneers, at least by me. But I think we'll also be pioneers of the future. I think we have so many great things going in the region. That entrepreneurship is taking place. The leadership that we have with Jobs Ohio and Ohio Southeast to bring people into the region. The opportunity to work remotely if we have broadband where you are. I think Appalachia is going to be a more and more desirable place to live with all the investments that are being made. And I think that more of our young people will want to stay here and more folks will be attracted to live here.
Well, as one of those boomerangers, I really appreciate the sense of community. And I feel, walking into Kroger's and seeing 1,000 people I know, almost literally, that, this is my place and this is my home. And wanting to make it better is part of what I'm doing. And I think that, certainly all of my fellow panelists feel the same. And I really appreciate that you folks are the community. And so thank you very much for your communal answers here.
I didn't need the hook for Faith. She moved everyone along, right? Thank you guys so much. John, Christy, Nate, Kathy, as always, for sharing your knowledge and your expertise on rural funding programs with our audience. So personally, I just want to thank you all for your passion for bettering our collective region, for your work and your efforts to identify partnerships, and thank you for never giving up on your place and our place, and for taking time to really learn and seek out all of those organizations in the region that are doing the work on the ground, to really understand fundamentally what they're doing and try to plug them in intentionally to the work that you're doing, which is only going to better all of our places. So I'm just excited about the future of the region. I appreciate all of you coming here today and sharing your entire day to just spend it together, celebrating Appalachia and looking for opportunities to move it forward. So before we depart, I just want to extend our sincere thanks again to our conference partners, our hosts here at Ohio University's Voinovich School, the U.S. Department of U.S. Economic Development Administration, the Appalachian Regional Commission, Ohio Southeast Economic Development, the Appalachian Partnership, and the local development districts, of course, Buckeye Hills Regional Council, Ohio Mid-Eastern Governments Association, Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission, and Eastgate Regional Council of Governments. We couldn't have done it literally without the support of our conference sponsors, Ohio Air Quality Development Authority, Jobs Ohio, and Ohio Southeast. Many, many thanks to our technical support team back there in the back. They're very quiet and they're back there in the shadows, but they do great work. And for our conference planning team, that planning team that have been on those Zoom calls pretty much for the last 6, 8, 10 months. So thank you for that, and for Ohio University Catering for keeping us well fed. So as we wrap up, I want to thank everyone for participating in the 12th Annual Appalachian Ohio State of the Region Conference. Complete your evaluation survey that's coming to you in the mail, in the email later this week after this. We'd appreciate you turning in your name badges outside so we can recycle those and repurpose those later. And really, with that, thank you so much for joining us. Safe travels home. We look forward to seeing you next year. Thanks so much.